So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. Can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there's a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam, it gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, hashtag C24Live. We love to hear from you. Ask us anything, mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan, hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely. E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Welcome, everybody, to another round of the candidates. It's actually the halfway mark today. Round 7 of the tournament that will decide who will play Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title later this year. I'm Jan Gustafsson, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by International Master Lawrence Trent.
Thanks for having me, Lawrence. I do not understand why you keep bringing me back in spite of my lack of chess skills or humor. But the good news is we have more people on today that cover all these fields. A proper chess player. David Howell is joining us, and he's here way too early. He just got up. How are you doing, David?
I'm good, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm very excited to be here. Yeah, I'm not sure.
When you say here, you mean in your bedroom, like every other day?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually the first day I've put on pants for the last, well, since quarantine began. So thanks for giving me an excuse to, get dressed.
I actually did washing yesterday, Jan. Would you believe it? I actually took my clothes to the washing machine, used detergent, and cleaned them, all for the benefit of the broadcast. I hope you guys all
actually
appreciate
do
my
not believe
effort.
it. I think you made that up right now.
No, I didn't. There's a little, because I'm housed in what is it, like an apartment block or something here, and they have a washroom downstairs, and I utilized it. So I made the most of the rest day.
I still don't believe it.
Things.
Pixar, it didn't happen. This is, of course, the show where... This is, of course, a show where we cover the candidates tournament, round number 7. And it is a pretty big round because our two leaders are clashing. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French number 1, facing the tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan is a full point ahead of the field, but of course, were he to lose to Maxime today, Maxime with the white pieces, then, they would share the lead. Everybody else is behind, including tournament favorite and Lawrence Trent boy, Fabiano Caruana. Ding Liren on -2 is facing Alexeyenko in the battle of the -2 guys. Which game are we looking forward to today? Who you got in MVL Nepomniachtchi?
Let's ask David, because David has pretty much played all of these guys. And of course, David played an instrumental role, actually, in the formation of this tournament. I hate to bring this up
sooner or later.
Of course, David played Wang Hao in the final round of the Grand Swiss, where unfortunately it didn't go as David wished.
I've blocked out all memory of that day.
Okay,
worst day of my life.
That's the beauty about Lawrence. He will go to your weak spots, like not 5 minutes in, but 2 minutes in. He will always.
Exactly. Literally, I just woke up and now I'm getting reminded, getting flashbacks. It's, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad he's playing rather than me.
Really?
Yeah, he's a far stronger player. I mean, I'd probably be on 0 out of 7 after today.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not sure he's glad he's playing rather than you. Like, I follow his Facebook a bit. He does not sound thrilled in the situation to be playing. There are also some rumors that his federation strongly motivated him to play. So it's a weird spot for Mr. Wang Hao for sure.
Yeah, can't imagine what these guys are going through out there. But no, I mean, I think the game for me of the day has got to be this MVL versus Nepomniachtchi game. I've known them both since they were 8 years old. I'm one of this 1990 crew, and I guess Magnus too. And we've been playing each other since these European Under-10 championships and all these years ago. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to see them renew their rivalry.
Who was the big man on campus when you were all 10? Nepomniachtchi was very good at a young age, right?
Yeah, he was the guy to beat. I mean, Nepomniachtchi, he won all these gold medals. I got a lot of silvers because of him. But yeah, Magnus was up there. And Draken was very good.
Right.
I think Karyakin only played once or twice and then kind of bypassed us all. There were this Vietnamese guy as well. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Nguyen.
Quang Liam?
No, the other one.
Win.
Yes.
Win, I played him a couple of times. Very gifted player.
Exactly. He was extremely good when he was like 10, 12 years old. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Sigalko, a few more. But yeah, these guys,
Big year. Big.
What are we picking in MVL Nepomniachtchi? What opening is it going to be? MVL's going to play e4 because he always plays e4. And Nepomniachtchi, we're not quite sure, right? It could be the Najdorf that used to be his main opening. It could be e4, e5, he's done a bit. Could be the French, which he played against Alexeyenko. I doubt it's the French.
He surely
No
won't.
way.
He surely can't punt the French in a round like
He's
this.
not punting the French. 0 chance. He's punting the French today. It's just a ridiculous decision.
I
No,
could
he's
see.
going to play 1e5, in my opinion.
I think it's a Najdorf specialist versus Najdorf specialist.
I also feel more Najdorf. I wasn't very convinced by his e4, e5 outings and these Italians he's played on the black side. He did not look very comfortable. So I also think Najdorf is most likely.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
I mean, MVL's a specialist with white in these e4, e5 things. He knows everything inside out, and I don't think Nepo's going to try and challenge him there.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see.
So what
then,
do you
of
think?
course,
Do you think he'll win MVL today? It's almost, I don't want to say it's a must-win game for him, but you kind of get the feeling that if Nepo starts holding relatively valid challenges with the black pieces, that he's actually just going to slowly increase his lead. Do you think this is a must-win game for MVL?
It's tricky, right? I mean, I don't think he's going to gamble and go all in, but okay, I mean, if he doesn't win this one, he's going to have to hope that Nepo kind of does go a bit on tilt and self-destruct in a game or two later in the tournament. So. No, I mean, big game, of course.
MVL's got a huge score. Heads up, he's got 5 wins and 1 loss and a bunch of draws. That's actually, well, probably the biggest disparity, apart from the most shocking heads up, which you can see on your screen now. Wang Hao has never lost to Fabiano in a classical game and has got 5-0 against him. It's absolutely bizarre.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it has to be said that all these games were before 2013, when Fabi was still a kid. But still, Fabi was higher rated in most of these encounters already. And Wang Hao, you know, he used to crush both Giri and Fabi. But Fabi more so in those early 2010s in the them super tournaments. Therefore, I was doing the fantasy, and you got 25 points for a Wang Hao win, 2 points for a draw, 2 points for a Fabi win. I had to hit the Wang Hao.
Good call. Good call.
Not so sure. It feels unlikely he could win with black against Fabi, but you never know.
I think we'll get a Petrov there, won't we, today? Very likely, I would say.
Yeah, but Fabi's an expert there.
Fabi could play d4, you never know, no?
He's played a lot of d4 so far, hasn't he? So we could see d4. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Fabi really needs to get in gear, though, no? He's on 50%. He's shown some really decent stuff in the opening, but I don't know. Something isn't fully there with him. Do you know what I mean, David? He's not.
What do you mean?
He's not in 5th gear yet, in my opinion. He's playing fine, but he needs to find that next gear if he's going to start challenging.
It did feel like that game against Ding was possibly a small turning point. I mean, he must have been feeling super confident even halfway through that game. And I mean, to go down kind of in flames so quickly from there, it's going to take him a while to recover. But yeah, I mean, today might feel like a must-win game for him already.
Well, I also felt it was kind of a big moment that he did not win that game against Grishuk. If he wins that against Grishuk with black, then goes on into the rest day on +1, he can still feel good about life. But after he drew that, now it's go time.
Yeah.
Yep.
True.
Okay, what about the other
Lawrence,
games?
more good news, I think, for you. Magnus Carlsen will be joining us shortly after the games begin. And I think Magnus, he's trying to become more of an equal opportunity bully. He's saying not just bullying Lawrence, more bullying Jan and David as well. So we have to be careful, David.
Yeah, I'll be on my toes. He's been bullying me for years, though, on and off the board. So I'm used to it.
Are we all teammates, by the way?
I don't think I'm a member of Offerspill yet. I have to figure out how this goes.
Are you a member, David?
Not Offerspill. So I play for Vålerenga in the Norwegian League. Magnus's old team before he jumped ship. Judas.
He's a Judas.
He is a Judas.
I am actually a member of Offerspill. and I was due to play some games, but unfortunately the games they wanted me to play kind of clashed with this tournament. So I was actually going to go to Oslo and play. But my dream is to have Magnus board 1, Davy Boy board 2, Jan Gustafsson board 7, and me board 8. That's what I'm looking for in the European Club Cup or whatever it is.
Can I be board 6 and you board 8, just, social distancing?
That's fine as well.
You'll be racking up the draws either way, Jan.
That's for sure. The higher I play, the better, because I get more value for my draws.
Yeah.
Sounds like the dream team.
So what's going on? So we've got Anish against Kristrup. David, thoughts on that one?
Can I?
Of course you can.
I mean, Anish might put on a winning streak now, though, after the confidence of that game before the rest day.
Mm-hmm.
Against Alexenko. I think Anish might actually put some pressure somehow. Just have a funny feeling that Grishuk's time handling will catch up with him eventually, and he doesn't seem to be in a great mood. But yeah, I'll say draw either way.
I went with 1-0. Obviously, I usually predict in Anish's favor a little too much, but I had the same feeling. Anish is very well prepared in the opening. He's going to be feeling a little better. And if he manages to catch Grishuk a bit off guard, it's so easy to picture Grishuk with 2 minutes for 20 moves, and it will catch up with him. It has cost him already in this tournament. Then Grishuk also not really in the mood to play chess, as he's mentioned. Therefore, it felt like this could be a good chance for Anish. Then again, he has not converted many good chances over the last couple.
Yeah, that's the thing
decades.
With Anish. It was the same thing in his last candidates tournament. I remember him getting so many great positions and just not converting somehow.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it'll be a fighting game at least. No more Berlins.
Lawrence, are we just ignoring Ding, Alexenko, -2, both of them?
No, we're absolutely not, because even though I think, what did, was it Niels who gave Ding a 1% chance of winning this tournament now? Or who was it? I can't remember.
I can't remember. Who's Niels?
Niels would never be that harsh.
No, but I mean, basically, this is a must-win game for Dinglerin. Let's make no mistake about it. He's white against Kirill. If he can't win today, then he's got absolutely no hope. If he wins, he's still there. 8 rounds is still enough for miracles to happen. It's not 4 rounds, it's 8 rounds. What do you think, Jan? Do you think if he wins, he's still got an outside chance?
I never understood, as David hinted at earlier, this term must-win game. So you've already proclaimed it's a must-win game for Fabi, for MVL, and for Ding. What happens if you don't win a must-win game? Do you quit? Like, what's going on there? Do your chances go to 0?
It's
must-win game.
It's what in the professional world of punditry we do to
spice things up.
Yeah, exactly.
But
so
surely
it's a must-win game for everybody but Anish.
It's never a must-win game for Anish.
Exactly.
But surely, I mean, that kind of must-win mindset, that's from the player's point of view. I mean, they'll be looking at their remaining games, their remaining fixtures, and pinpointing certain ones that they think they need to push in. And
yeah, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think they will change their approach to these games very much compared to a normal game. They're white, they understand, they have to put pressure, and obviously they'll want to win, but I don't see anybody playing, I don't know, 1b3 to, make sure pieces stay on the board. I think they'll play their normal openings and try to put pressure, but not go out of their way and do anything they haven't prepared or planned for.
Maybe they've been watching some Lawrence Trent DVDs and they'll punt the Trompovsky or one F4 or the Morrigan.
They're all watching. They're all watching. That much we do know.
Yeah, that's for sure. What else have we got to say? Well, we've got, of course, your everyday fantasy contest for everybody. So you've got 9 minutes if you want to get in for the draw today. Some interesting questions in there as always. And remember, if you become premium, then you can win better prizes. Simple as that. I think Greg was talking about that on the last broadcast. So get 40% off a premium membership, Candidates 2020. and then get involved in the fantasy. And Jan can talk a bit more about all the benefits of being a premium member.
The main benefit was mentioned by David. You get access to Lawrence Trent's video series, the Trompovsky, my favorite Kasparov games, my favorite Elekine games, whoever else Lawrence covered. You also have some lesser players. Magnus Carlsen did a bunch of video series, the late Mark Dvoretsky, Vishy Anand, Artur Yusupov, Peter Svidler, Jan Gustafsson, and the list goes on and on. So I think in these trying times, if you have some time to stay at home and work on your chess, then that makes a lot of sense. So you can also use that premium membership to challenge in all the banter blitzes. Magnus, who will be joining us later, I'm sure will do another banter blitz soon. We had Ali Reza do banter blitz. I'm doing them pretty much every rest day. And we'll talk to David off air that now that he's locked up at home, he will spend the rest of the year playing banter blitz on Chess24. That's the master plan.
I mean, that's been my dream since I was a kid. That's why I started playing chess.
That's what we all hope to get into.
Exactly. My dream career. But
we should mention that today is the last day of the Geary Draw promotion, which is obviously great value for money. You get an annual Chess24 subscription, and you get 1 month added on top for every draw Geary makes. He's let you guys down in round number 6, but he's still delivered with 4 draws out of 6. I would guess the over-under at this point is like 10, which means, you get 10 months added on top with the Geary Draw code. Not bad.
I've already persuaded a few friends to go for that one. So, good old Anish.
We love you, Anish.
Most of us do.
We do. What else have we got to say? Well, breaking news: Prince Charles has been tested positive for the coronavirus. So, as the trolls say, "Rip monarchy."
Gosh.
No, obviously I'm saying that a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it is true. Prince Charles has been tested for the coronavirus.
He's got the same birthday as me, so I'm gutted. Extra gutted.
Well,
sorry to
who
hear.
knows?
We should mention at this point, Lawrence Trent is not a virologist. So if you want your news on the coronavirus, of course, we'll be talking about it, but, trust other media for it. Still, hope he gets better. Prince Charles, always been
obviously,
a fan.
hope everybody gets better and isn't too affected by this. A few minutes to go. And
Guy Bilderman is saying, Jan, wonder if you will update your Chessable course with what happened on the candidates tournament. I will for sure. I've already been clicking in this Grishuk ding line, but busy days. I'll certainly do it when the candidates tournament is over. Let's have a look at the camera. Ding and Geary, they're the early birds as usual. They're roaming around, chatting at a safe distance. David, how are you? Are you approachable before a chess game?
So I have this really bad habit. I have a routine where I normally try on purpose to appear maybe 3 or 4 minutes late so that I don't have to talk to anyone beforehand.
Right.
I'm a bit antisocial by nature, so no, I think I just try and stay focused and stay in the zone. And often, if I appear at the board too early, I get distracted too easily. So I make exceptions for people like Lawrence. I always have time for him, but in general, I try and stay clear of any distractions. Yeah. How about you guys?
No, I feel exactly the same way. I can't really be approached with anything serious, like Lawrence foolishness or something. You sort of you can absorb, but I really don't want to talk to anyone.
Yeah. You always see these players, right, who make these jokes before the games and then
it really tells me they're so relaxed. Geary is one of them. He's joking around with his buddies, with Vidit, with Adiban, with Erwin, and so on. And then they sit down and play 28 moves of theory, while I'm playing some 2300 in Bundesliga, and I'm so tense.
We all know the feeling. Yeah, you're not the only one.
It's good to hear.
Yeah, I know Levon does that all the time as well. Like,
But with him, it feels like he's not just doing it to be lighthearted, but he's trying to get into your head a little bit. No, like I remember when I played him in World Cup in round 2, I had some interesting idea for my standards in round 1, and he knew he was playing me in round 2. So immediately after I had won my game, he came to me and he told me, "Well, you know that idea is a draw, right?" So he always messes around with it.
Yeah, he's a trickster.
Yeah. I repeated the idea and it was a draw, so he didn't lie. Where's Guirino? Show us Guirino and Ding and the elbow bumps.
I've seen some handshakes in the last few days, though.
Yeah,
What's been
I
going
was
on there?
wondering about that. Why are they doing that? It's kind of a bit strange.
I think it's sort of subconscious, no? Like, I guess everybody's washing their hands like very intensely, and probably you could argue if you're gonna sit across from someone like 1.5 meters for 6 hours, then yeah, I don't know, if shaking your hands increases the risk dramatically. But once again, not a virologist here.
I played in Norway a couple of weekends ago, and one of my opponents, literally every move he made, he'd go up and there was this bottle of antibacterial gel, and he'd be soaping up his hands literally every move. I don't know whether he thought I looked dirty or whether it's just health and safety reasons. But yeah,
I did the same thing. I played German Cup like 15 days ago or 10 days ago before we all went with staying at home. And I shook my opponent's hand, but I went to the toilet like crazy, washing my hands, not directly against the opponent, but I just felt, I'm touching the pieces. So I was washing my hands a lot during that game. But I guess the players aren't as concerned.
Should we predict the other openings then? Or?
Let's predict results real quick. Okay. Caruana Wang Hao. I'm going 1-0.
You beat me to it. I think Fabi will get his first ever win over Wang Hao there.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow.
Ding Alexeyenko. I'm going 1-0 as well.
Wow. Okay.
I would have done the same, but just because you said that, I'll say draw.
Lawrence, what do you have?
Okay, I'll go 1-0 for the sake of the tournament. To make
both,
it more spicy.
Fabi Wang Hao and Ding Alexeyenko?
Yeah, I'll go for 1-0 in both.
Okay.
Giri Grishuk, I'll go 1-0. I feel that is the obvious result. Giri commanding lead in their head-to-head encounter, 2-1 with 15 draws. So I think he will increase that lead.
So 15 draws gives him the overall lead, right? Or...
There you go. MVL Nepomniachtchi. Now go ahead first with Giri Grishuk. You got draw, yeah? I think.
Yeah, I'll say draw. Lawrence?
Yeah, let's go 1-0. Of a white clean sweep today.
Wow.
Four
You're
white
going 4
wins.
1-0s. Wow.
4 1-0s. Let's do it.
What odds would you get on that?
Pretty bad, actually. I checked. You're only getting evens for Fabi. You're getting like 4-1 for MVL. You're getting evens for Ding. And you're getting like 3-1 or something for Anish. Okay. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's definitely not a plus EV selection.
You wouldn't put your house on it? If
I had a house, I wouldn't, no.
You wouldn't put your kind of
basement.
Shack?
Yeah, I wouldn't put this makeshift basement on it, no.
There we have Fabi. His suit fresh from the dry cleaner, it looks like. And Wang Hao.
They're all looking sharp.
They're all dressed up.
I wasn't sure whether to put on
rocking
a
these
suit.
big chairs. Those are nice chairs. I'd like one of these FIDE chairs. Nepomniachtchi against MVL. Nepomniachtchi, the man bun, carefully crafted today as well.
Man Bunnyacci.
Wow. That's not bad.
It's actually very good. When did you dream that one up?
Like literally the day he started with this silly,
wow.
bun.
I wish I had the creativity.
This irritates me. Do they have to do that? Like these celebrities making the first move that's clearly not 1.5 meters, like giving a speech and so on. Like it feels wrong in these times.
It looks like he's played 1b4 as well. That's his idea of a joke.
What price would you give me for Ding to play 1b4 today?
I'd give you a pretty good price.
Pretty good price. He played c4.
Ding does not mess around with
No, he played
The
d4.
orangutan.
He certainly doesn't.
Oh, we
And
do
they
get
are off.
we do get a French in MVL Nepomniachtchi.
Wow. I'm in a slight state of shock.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
I think this is a really poor
He wasn't
decision.
joking about the winner were. Yeah, it's not exactly playing for a draw, at least, no?
Exactly. Maybe he thinks it's a must-win game.
Yeah, he does.
Maybe he thinks if he wins today, it's just he's almost
over.
sealing it. Yeah, he can just then knit up for like 6 rounds and just, you know what I mean. But I'm mildly in a state of shock.
Yeah, I mean, he got into trouble right against Alexenko, and somehow, I mean, having known him for 20 odd years, it doesn't suit his style somehow. The French.
Somewhat surprising. The good news is we have a leading expert, not on the French opening, but on French accents with us. World champion, Mr. Magnus Carlsen. How are you today?
I'm good.
Are you surprised by this?
Yeah, I'm still a little surprised he goes for this again. So it shows that one of two things has happened. Either he either Jan has actually prepared the French really seriously and he really believes in it, or he just is so confident now after his good results that he believes he can do anything. And it's good to have David here as well today. We have now 2 90s boys commenting on the battle of the 90s kids. So it's good.
This is true.
Actually, and a French expert, I should mention. David played the French for much of his youth before realizing.
But
it's
it's actually dubious. Funny, Magnus. Sorry, Lawrence. It's funny Magnus says that because my career highlight was probably 2002, the World Under-12 Championship, when I managed to get a medal. Okay, behind Jan and Magnus, but still, it was memorable to this day.
It's come full circle now. Yeah.
For you guys, maybe, but yeah.
So, should we talk about the chess? Should we talk about the position?
Yeah, Maxime went h5 immediately, something that
h4
that Alexenko never did.
Just pushing that h pawn up the board. What did Alexenko do here after queen c7?
Like knight f3, no?
Knight f3.
And b6 and some bishop b5, bishop e2.
Yeah.
But h5 immediately, which was met swiftly by h6, which looks very logical. Well, white can win a pawn. Sorry, black can win a pawn, but the assumption is this is very dubious.
Is this his old Gary line? I'm going to ask that every time we have this because I still haven't looked it up. The CD, CD, Queen C3.
And I'm pretty sure it was also there was Gary had against Nikolic probably.
Yeah.
And there was also this game of Fabi's, I think last year in the US Championship against Slenderman, which he won pretty convincingly.
So h5, h6.
Okay, so guys, I really just wanted to pop in and say hi, and I'm just gonna have a quick bite to eat, basically breakfast. The reason I'm saying that is I was criticized by my father here the other day for eating on the stream, so now we'll be more civilized and I'll be back pretty.
Oh wow!
Come on, Henrik, that's just bad business. You don't think the people want to see Magnus eat? That's insane.
That's why they go premium, surely.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy, Henrik Carlsen. Does that work? Probably doesn't work. But on a serious note, Henrik is really the reason why Magnus got to where he got to. And I'm speaking very seriously. Without him and the support of the family, I don't think he would have got to.
And by get to where he got to, you mean being on this show with us, right?
Right. And he's a very funny guy. and a very, very kind human being. So shout out to Henrik if you're watching. Don't ghost me. Your DMs are waiting. I did Twitter you. Hit me up.
Is there anybody not ghosting you?
I'm getting ghosted across the board. It's so sick.
Let's have a look at all the other openings. And I'm very pleased with myself because I picked as one of the two squares on which pieces will get exchanged in the fantasy. I picked C3 because I am an opening expert. And I thought, Fabi Caruana, you know what that's going to be? It's going to be a knight C3 Petrov. So that's points for me right there. Money in the bank.
That is genius, I must admit. That's a good, good solid prediction.
This line we have seen in the World Championship match where Caruana was on the black side and made a fairly comfortable draw against Magnus in this line. So it's somewhat daring, first of all, by Van Hau to repeat this. And then to me, it's somewhat surprising. Obviously, we looked at this quite a bit, that Fabi would go for this in what Lawrence Trent has called a must-win situation, because it's an endgame, you know, white might be a little better, but it does seem fairly solid for black. So it's a bold strategy.
I've seen a few Chinese players defend this from the black side as well recently, so that's very surprising. Was this also the line that leaked on Fabi's, on this YouTube video this night?
Yeah, this 9 out of 6 was in the video. Still, yeah, he got an easy draw sticking to it against Magnus. But that's what makes it so surprising that he repeats it with white today. Obviously, he will have looked at this deeply. But I would have thought if they go for like this position, maybe he plays a move like A3 or something to, you know, keep more play in the position, keep pieces on the board. But no, he seems to think this endgame offers decent chances.
Yeah, at least we'll all learn something. Maybe Magnus will learn how to refute this line for next time.
Better late than never. All right, we'll keep you posted. But so far, yeah, this is a surprising choice by Caruana. Having said all that, it's not that simple to come up with, you know, sharp, exciting choices against the Petrov. Therefore, it's always easier to criticize. But this looks solid than saying, why did he play that line?
Yeah. Long endgame grind ahead, surely.
Yep. Ding Alexeyenko, Lawrence, this is your home turf, the close Catalan.
Yeah, I'm all over this. This is an opening I've spent probably, I don't know, less than the time it takes to boil an egg on. And that's not an exaggeration. Yeah, I know diddly squat about this position. David knows about these positions. Jan knows about these positions. So I'm going to just pass the ball right over to both of them.
I mean, yeah, I don't know that much more than you, probably, Lawrence, but I do know that knight h5 is a move. And,
Lawrence, I got a text from Henrik Carlsen, and I quote, "Ask Lawrence where I should send the cash."
I don't get it.
Have you been holding someone hostage?
You've been praising him.
Oh, right. I see. No need, Henrik. No need. Thanks for hanging out with us. Tell us about this opening. Yeah, and you know all about this stuff, working with Geary, and you probably discussed this exact position over breakfast and got really excited about, oh, do I go...
Don't mention I'm working with Geary. I'm trying to keep this a secret from Magnus. You know, this double agenting. It's not easy.
Yeah. Oh, should I push my pawn up 1 square or 2 squares? Should I move my bishop 1 diagonal? No.
How much level of detail do you want? Do you want me to explain why he starts with bishop b4 check and not with d5, bishop g2, bishop b4?
Let's give the people what they want.
Okay, so no. Bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, d5, knight f3, castles, knight b7, queen c2, c6, bishop f4. All of this is fairly mainstream stuff. b6, rook to d1 here. As far as I know, I don't actually play this much with black, so I'm not exactly an expert, but both bishop b7 and bishop a6 are very respectable choices in this position. And after bishop to a6, goes with knight bd2. I'm pausing because I'm thinking this is the position where they usually play knight e5, no, David? Like knight b2 is a minor surprise, I think.
Yeah, I know that knight e5, I mean, I've seen many games there, but I think I've seen knight bd2 quite a lot lately. Maybe knight e5, black's found ways to solve the problems there.
In knight e5 were, I think, mainly lines like this. I hope I'm not bungling the move order, but it's
you're right. Yeah.
That type of stuff where, you know, white gets the 2 bishops, but black is very, very solid. And knight bd2, I must admit, I'm not up to speed with the trend here. I used to think that's not great because of knight h5, and I think bishop e3, f5, but I haven't followed recent developments.
Yeah, after bishop e3, I think black can also drop back to f6 and ask white what he's trying to do. But yeah, I mean, f5, of course, is the fighting way to play.
I recall in the very old days, we used to look at something like knight b2, knight h5, e4, but I think it was too much. I think modern engines just laugh in your face here.
Bishop pair, terrible structure.
Yeah, I don't think we could make it work.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll come back to this. Shall we scoot over to Anish against Alexander Grishtra? Because we've
Before we do that, I should mention that Magnus Carlsen has recently done a video series on Chess24 on the stone wall, and he said the best way to get the stone wall with black is to play d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and then hope you get a close Catalan and get a knight h5, f5 there. So Magnus mentioned this is the stone wall version you're dreaming of.
He knows his stuff. He always makes it seem like a forced win for black, this stone wall.
Yeah,
so ugly.
When I try it, like I always end up with a white knight on e5 against my bishop on c8, and I'm not that happy.
Yeah, same.
It's impressive.
Okay, so
all right,
maybe more exciting stuff in this Giri Grishuk game. We do have this English with an early g3 c6. This is quite topical. So how does it work, Jan, as a double agent? Do you have a different personality when you work with Magnus, different aspect of your personality working with Anish? Or does Radio Jan help Anish?
Anish is a big fan of Radio Jan, but yeah, Radio Jan, I don't know. I got jealous that people like Radio Jan so much better than me, so I just killed him off for now, but he might come back any day. No, I should clarify, I don't work much with Anish, but I am the team captain of the Dutch national team, and we have a chat group, so we're talking all the time, but normally it's not like deep chess analysis related. I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school if I mention that Anish is amazingly well prepared, and his knowledge about pretty much any line is mind-boggling to me, and I consider myself a very decent theoretician. So Anish is very, very impressive, but that also means he really doesn't need my help that much. He does a lot of the work himself, I think. Obviously he has helpers, but he does a lot of clicking himself. He's clearly an opening nerd. It's a hobby for him. And sometimes it shows that he has other weaknesses like converting and so on, but his openings I'm so impressed with.
Yeah, he's always been that way, I think, since he was since his teens, since his early teens. He's been a bit of an encyclopedia himself on openings. But I mean, this one, I just have a feeling we're going to see Grishuk go into the tank quite soon. But
yeah, I know some things about this. After g3, you basically, if you want to play with c6, you face a choice between knight f6 followed by c6 or starting with c6. The advantage of starting with c6 is that if white goes d4, now you can play e4, and in later lines it might come in handy that you can still go f5. It's sometimes a useful move to play. For example, such lines exist, like, I don't know what they play here. Let's say bishop g2, probably not the move, but here you can still play f5, which obviously you couldn't when the knight was already there. So against the direct c6, knight f3 is considered more critical than pawn to d4, d5, c takes d, queen d5 also the main move, as is knight to c2. And it's sort of a reversed c3 Sicilian to bring Lawrence back into this. This, yeah, is a c3 Sicilian structure where white has an extra g3, which is useful, but it's not clear if white really has something. Knight f6, knight c3, queen e5, all of this is well known. Bishop g2. knight to a6. Geary is still blitzing. He's played short castles. I've looked at this position. I've tried all kinds of things. No clear results. It's the usual. Like, look very playable for black to me. Castles, bishop e7, knight e3. I have to admit I'm out of book after knight e3. Might still be some, I don't know, some Vichy-Adams game. Maybe I'll look it up. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
So
I've seen Adams have this a few times.
The big question is, can black get away with h5 here?
No games found in this position. Yeah, something fell off.
Yeah, I mean, knight e3, don't they normally push the d pawn these days?
I think, yeah, pushing the d pawn is a plan. Also, usually rook b1, b4 is sort of an idea in these positions, or a3, b4. Knight e3, what is his idea?
I guess the idea might be to attack e4 very quickly, just queen c2 or something.
Castles just hit the pawn. Yeah, queen c2, that makes sense.
So what if we just go h5? Humor me.
h5, pushing Harry.
So hold on, knight e3,
h5.
h5. Everybody else is doing it. Why can't I? It's like the most obvious move on the board as well.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
d4, are you going to checkmate me before there's trouble on the d file?
Of course I'm going to checkmate you.
But how?
Yeah. I guess we've even got some weird queen e6 here.
Yeah, d5.
d4, yeah.
Okay,
and white will take on. White will take with the e pawn, yeah?
ED. Yeah.
You're going to ED? Okay.
Rook
Carry
e1.
on. Yeah, just don't care.
But even if you get your queen to h2, it's not checkmate. I mean,
I know.
I don't know if knight ed5 wins, but let's say hg just for, you know.
Does knight e5 just win on the spot? Does it?
but
no.
gf2, you know?
Yeah, let's
GF,
go HG.
you might lose, yeah?
Okay, just take back on g3 now.
Yeah.
With H or F?
H. Always H.
Always take with the H pawn. Okay. So this is where we need a classy reply.
Can black block the d pawn like queen d4 or something weird?
That is a weird move, but I
Just
like
forcing-
how you think.
Trying to force white to go back with the knight to c2 or something and then drop out the queen.
I love it.
I'm just worried if white gets d4, d5, then white's going to
Queen d4.
win.
This is the way to play. Also, we have some knight c5, knight b4 ideas.
Or maybe black could also have gone queen h5 if it's not your style, Lawrence, swapping off those queens instead
Queen
of checkmate.
h5? It's actually probably a good move.
Trying to equalize.
Equalize? Look at this guy.
Okay, yeah.
Static weaknesses, boys. Also, there's some knight b4 with tempo, maybe. I don't know. I like it as well. So
Yeah.
I am actually being reasonably serious about h5. I mean, to me, it looks like the absolute slam dunk. way
We
to
know you are.
continue here.
Could white try queen c2? Is that too much? Just to try and take e4.
Okay.
You're just going to go
Just-
h4 and try and
Yeah,
maybe...
just carry on.
It's the kind of thing
Carry on.
we've probably had this in a blitz game, Lawrence, at some point.
Yeah. So you take.
I'll take it, yeah.
Okay. So now I've got access to h5. Okay, let's take a pawn.
Wow, absolutely shocking thing I'm reading in the chat. Greetings, by the way, to the Chess24 chat and the Twitch chat. I have both of them open here. Peter made me sub, is saying Compy likes h5, Lawrence.
Of course it does. I am the comp. I am your talking comp. Switch it off. Just listen to me, guys, and become premium. And you'll have your humanized, is that a word? Humanized version?
Humanized is a word, yeah.
Thank you.
Did hear that AlphaZero was cloned from your brain, Lawrence.
Yeah. Of course, h5. Look, if we've learned anything from this tournament or from the past 2 years in chess, is that h5 is never a bad move against the fianchetto. Look, if this position here, why can't I move the pieces? Oh, I can now. Huh? It's going really slow. What's going on? Let's tick this off. Hold on. If this is a perfectly respectable line. And no, this is a good move.
A big if, but yeah.
No, this is a good move. This
Yeah.
is completely fine.
Why not 2h5?
Yeah, 2h5.
Yeah, there's a reason why we're not doing 2h5. I can't remember,
D4
but
probably. Yeah, we gotta
yeah,
stop D4
something.
first.
Yeah. David Anton's played this. Many good players have played this. This is a perfectly
I feel
good
like
move.
Dubov's played this as well.
Dubov's played this. If that is good, then I'm sorry. This is good.
So I'm gonna give away one of the secrets.
Uh-oh.
that I
Who's
know.
this? Who's on the line? Oh.
It's Alpha
Hi,
Zero
Magnus.
with a floating voice.
So let's go back to 2g3 and then h5.
Uh-huh.
Just think for a while what White's best choice is.
It's knight
maybe
f3,
knight
knight f3,
F3.
knight h4. Yeah.
Oh, knight f3, knight h4, the reverse rat. Wow. That's
You'll never get a better rat than this.
This is the best rat of all time. Okay, Magnus, on a serious note, what do you think of h5 here? Grishchuk in the tank. How bad can it be?
Presumably not too bad. But I would be a bit worried about, let's say, d4 ed.
Yeah, we looked at this.
Yeah, and it takes h4, then immediately d4.
Yeah.
And if queen h5, we can take and d5. So it's hard to
h4,
see.
d4, queen somewhere.
Yeah, then we go d5 anyway, and it feels like the attack is kind of unrealistic.
Yeah. I liked David's suggestion of queen d4. I thought that was genius.
That's after rook e1, so Magnus wants to immediately push.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
After d4, can what black go queen h5? Is that too
Yeah, I was thinking about
pessimistic?
that. And at least we got time as White to go takes and then d5.
Yeah, true.
And it feels like White should end up a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't like
Knight
this.
b4, and maybe black can equalize. I don't know. But,
Knight b4? Wow.
But yeah, it could be. Bishop f3. Maybe you got rook e5. So maybe we should go bishop f3 first before d5.
yeah.
I don't feel like this is in the spirit of the position.
Yeah, but you're really lacking a good square.
So if we go back and you go here.
I mean, I'd be surprised if Giri's playing this and allowing you to checkmate him on h2, Lawrence.
Well, Giri doesn't know. Giri doesn't.
What do you think, Jan? You've worked a lot with Anders. Does he usually allow himself to be checkmated on h2?
I don't think he's much into allowing himself to be checkmated. Of course, maybe that means that after h5 he will just go h4 to eliminate any checkmate on h2 danger.
Lawrence,
of course, Lawrence will blitz
g5.
out g5 then, and it could just. Well, that's.
There's no way he's playing h4 here. If Sasha goes h4, I actually quite like d4. I think that's pretty annoying. I agree.
I don't think h5 is happening like ever.
Yeah, d4 seems to take the fun out of h5 a bit.
So what's he going to do then? Yeah. Just castle?
Yeah.
Castle, yes, to reckon with queen c2.
Yes.
Queen h5. Bishop e4, yeah. Lawrence, can we checkmate there?
No, you would just want to pick this pawn up on e2. That's clever.
After knight e4, but I'm not sure I can after bishop e4.
Bishop e4? Take f5. Let's go.
He'll take queen takes, I would guess.
Queen takes e7.
Yeah. Sorry. I was looking at knight takes. Queen takes?
Bishop f6.
Could be worse, no?
I mean...
After queen h5, White doesn't have to take on e4, right? Maybe just rook e1 or something.
I don't know. Knight c5, knight e6, knight b4. Who knows?
I mean, you could try that
Tricky,
last
isn't
move
it?
as well. The black knight c5 for queen h5 maybe.
Yeah, but it feels sort of more promising with this attack. Well, I'm not sure. Actually.
What's the over-under on Grishchuk total think time on this move? There's a lot to think, actually. I'm going to go 33 minutes total.
On this move?
Yeah.
It's been about 15 already, yeah?
I don't know how long it's been exactly now.
Let me check.
Somebody can check.
Yeah, 13 minutes in so far.
Yeah.
Then it doesn't sound reasonable.
20. You don't think he's got another 20 minutes here, Magnus?
Yeah, it could be. I wonder what the hell is going on in Maxim Jan's game. Like,
Let's go there.
they're playing so quickly, and it's far from obvious to me, at the very least, what they're doing.
For some reason, it's being a bit slow. So h5, h6, we saw this, and now rook b1.
Yeah, for whatever reason, we're going rook b1. It seems to me that rook b1 doesn't make too much sense since black wants to go b6 anyway. But
Okay. Queen g4.
Queen g4. So that's the idea, of course.
Rook g8. You give a check. And you force black to make a decision. Because you don't want to put the bishop there, I guess, because bishop d3, bishop h7. Something like that. Possibly.
Yeah.
So you move the king. You go bishop d3 anyway. And bishop a6. Wow, and I guess...
Yeah, this is the weirdest win hour I've seen in a while.
There are some weird ones out there, so that's saying a lot.
Yeah, that's saying something. Weird is the normal, obviously.
Yeah. So after dc5, I mean, does black have to capture on d3 and take c5? I mean, there must be.
Well, if he goes b takes, rook takes b8 might be
but
right?
I mean, there's also queen takes c5. You could also maybe just leave the c5 pawn.
Taken c4, bishop is trapped. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, should point that out.
Tricky.
It's probably bad.
Maybe a4 bishop. No, he'll get trapped somehow.
Yeah, I don't like it. So why didn't he go b takes?
Maybe white plays c4. Or just sack a pawn on e5. Just knight f3 first is maybe safer.
Yeah, knight f3.
Okay. Well, he took on d3. C takes d3 and knight d7. Just doesn't want to take that pawn back until white is committed with d4. Wow.
Yeah, then it makes more sense. Now, queen d1 is probably forced as he did in order to develop. Like knight f3 runs into cd and then queen c4.
And now what?
Queen c4.
Queen c4.
Queen c2 also looked unpleasant.
Oh yeah, queen c2 as well, obviously.
Oh yeah, because here, pick up a rook. Okay, so queen d1 is...
In general, if you can't castle, then that's a huge problem.
None of this has been played. The position after bishop b5 check appeared once and black played bishop d7, but it's not like a standard line at all when they're both still playing very, very quickly.
As you clearly, this is major computer preparation from both. Although Maxim has spent about 7 minutes, but it's not like he's really been blitzing.
So let's try and get our heads around this position.
It really feels like the best king f8 winner I've seen in a while for black.
There's going to be long-term problems with that king, surely. I mean, White's just plays knight f3 in castles and a4, bishop a3.
Yeah, but still, it feels like he's already exchanged bishops. White has not developed yet, so I've seen a lot worse than this. It feels like Black is just way ahead on what he usually gets. But as we discussed the last time, it may be that a dream French is still a nightmare. So yeah. So he goes queen a5, plays very concretely still. And I'm assuming it's going to be met by bishop d2.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, because we can't take the pawn, or we can.
Yeah, you can, but what else?
Probably do, right? Otherwise,
Have to, right?
Yeah, I would guess.
Okay, queen takes pawn.
I really want to play rook h3, but
Yeah, I was looking at that as well.
put it on f3 and pretend you're threatening something later.
Maybe this is just mate, and we just don't understand chess.
I highly doubt it.
No, this is just mate.
How?
Just the way the stars align in the universe. The same way.
Yeah, so pretty much all of your games are checkmate, Lawrence, right? Just sometimes it just doesn't happen on the board.
This is just checkmate. In like 17. You put a rook on f3.
Bring a knight to f4.
Bring a knight to f4. Rook goes to b7.
Yeah.
You're even going to just punt g4, g5. King's going to be on f1.
Yeah, I guess Black does have some moves in the meantime, though. So.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, you're either born with it or you're not, as I keep on saying. Rook h3. Is that the best move? Let's see if we can be mildly serious here. We can develop some pieces as well. Like we can play knight e2.
Okay, so let's just say you go rook h3.
I like it.
I'll humor you.
Okay.
Queen a6.
Okay. Your idea being...
No, I just want to move away from c4.
Okay, I'll go knight e2.
c4 was no threat at all. Okay, rook b8.
Okay, I'll keep a pair of rooks on, I guess.
Yeah,
Or
I should go knight c6 first.
You want to go knight c6 first?
Yeah.
Does that classify as you asking for a take back against me?
Yes, I recognize the strength of your moves, and I'm gonna need more tries.
Okay. I'm a bit worried if we get objective analysis here, because Magnus is not really a French player, and Lawrence was born to play these positions from the white side. So even if white wins an analysis, like, don't let that fool you.
This is the most plus EV situation I'm ever going to get in against Magnus. All right, so you want to do some... I'm not quite sure. Let me just play like a Neanderthal. Rook f3. I know what you want to do. You want to do that.
I want to go rook e8 now.
Rook e8.
d8. d8.
d8 or b8?
b8.
b8. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, knight db8.
b1.
db8.
Queen b1.
I mean, this just isn't dangerous at all, is it?
That's what she said.
I mean, yeah, welcome to the English school of chess. We're just going to try and sacrifice something on f7.
No, I mean, I've played this poorly as Black, but this is nonsense.
We'll take your word for it.
Is that another symbol we need in ECO? What was it we had the other day? We needed the symbol. Who's better and why? So this is nonsense. Can we get a an emoji or a symbol for this is nonsense? Who's better or why? We've got the shrug, but we need this is nonsense.
Maybe we just need an
it's
emoji
that-
of your face, Lawrence. Just,
Maybe it's that one with the eyes that are up, you know? That one. We could get that. But why is this nonsense? I mean, really, I'm not even like joking. This looks like mate.
Well, you just have no threads.
Knight f4.
Okay, let's say knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. You're probably right, Magnus.
It's probably a bit thin. That's true.
Much like your hair, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like.
That's low hanging fruit. Sorry.
It's all right.
Maybe not
Again, just to clarify, this is what we call banter, ladies and gentlemen. There's a very, very, very big difference between that and the other B word finishing in ullying.
I actually think my plan of rook b8 was just bad. Now I'm taking back moves.
Okay, you don't want to do that. Okay, so what do you want to do? Let's be serious. So it's on you. Knight e2, knight c6, rook f3, right? Is that what I'm doing? Yeah.
Kind of want to go king g8 and rook h8 and then king g8.
If this was Fisher
Rook
random,
H8.
you could do that in one go.
Yeah, I'm bringing the rook to f8.
That's very Korchnoi-esque.
I'm not sure if that is a compliment.
Queen c2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm just freestyling. I don't know. It looks dangerous, but maybe you're right. Maybe that's the difference, that I just don't understand that this is...
I mean, queen c2, there's also...
You take d4 and go queen takes e2.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
That's nice.
We'll put that on the board. Winning.
Yeah, whoops.
My good friend Julian Hodgson, who's watching the stream, and thanks the Chess24 team for putting this on YouTube, because he can't work out how to use Twitch. God bless him. Who's
Or
currently
Chess24.
watching this? Sorry?
You can't work out how to go to chess24.com? Come on, Julian.
You got to understand, Jules is old school, but as old
That's what I'm
school
telling you,
as Jules is,
chess24.com. You can do it.
as old as Jules is, old school as Jules is, he would love white in this position. He would somehow find a way to checkmate black. Also, the strong engines, the alpha zeros, and this sort of, they understand that this is good for white. Just because I can't beat Magnus Carlsen doesn't mean this isn't good for white, is what I'm trying to say.
I sort of have the feeling that you just got to go after queen a3, you just got to go knight f3. No, sorry, knight e2 castles, and just try and use the fact that you can castle and black cannot for all it's worth.
Why is it taking so long to load? Okay, so queen a3. Can't move the pieces. It's really annoying me.
I mean, after queen a3, do we want to put black's queen on b2 first somehow?
There's just huge
Start with
lag.
rook a1. And...
Can you move the pieces, Jan?
It's been acting very slowly. I'm not sure what's
Very
going
slow.
on, but I'll try. Queen a3,
Yeah, you're
knight
doing it
e2,
much
let's say
quicker.
queen a6, short castles, yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is also very logical.
Yeah. Black
And
just has
we're just
fewer
gonna
units
roll
on
Freddy.
the queen side. No, I'm not even sure you need to do that.
Oh, we're not even rolling Freddy? What are we doing? Knight f4, queen f3? That sort of stuff?
You just feel so soft.
Yeah. But what do? You stick with your rook h8 plan, or like what is black doing? It's
Yeah,
hard
this rook on
to
g8 is
connect
so
these
silly.
rooks, yeah.
Yeah, probably rook at j8.
I don't know. I like White's position somehow.
Wow.
I'm also a fearless attacking.
A
E4
convert. We got him, guys. Welcome to the Church of Coffee House Chess.
Next Bundesliga season, Jan's going to be whipping out 1e4. And
Unbelievable.
No, I only believe in the church of two bishops.
And he's got
This is
rook
not for
d8.
me.
Jan has got rook d8.
Uh-huh.
This stuff is just way above my. Okay, this
Hey, great.
move was. Yeah, I was gonna say something else, but head. But
maybe off.
works as well.
Yeah, maybe Blackwatch just wants to play king e8, king d7 if rook takes b8.
Mm-hmm.
What if we just carry on? Knight e2. As we say, why are we giving him was he wants? Knight e2.
If we assume he wants to castle, no, we can stop him, no? Or you want to go rook h3 anyway?
Yeah, I don't even see.
Carry.
It feels like actually this is a much better version. Yeah, we actually keep a pawn. Could be quite reasonable.
H5 on the board.
Wow.
And how long did he think for? Was it 33 minutes?
So much talent.
No.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Did
What
Lawrence,
was did I nail it?
I think you might have nailed it.
Didn't I nail it by the minute?
So, first of all, you called out h5 in 3 seconds, and then you called out how long it would find Grishuk. It would take Grishuk to find that move.
What was the move time?
It's got to be the end of the world if Lawrence is just...
No, we've been here before.
Yeah.
This is
Sorry, I'm just mid-celebration.
29 minutes for Grishuk for h5.
Oh, close.
So close.
Of
course he played H5.
But the bad news for him is Guerino needed a total of 1 minute 25 to blitz out pawn to d4. You can't surprise Giri with h5. He's checked this.
Of course he has.
So 140. So Sasha is going to take like 3-4 minutes for ed3. Nothing else makes sense, I would guess.
Yeah.
Also looks kind of logical.
Oof. Yeah, we might get that
h4,
d4.
And in the Chicken fan club, even though we don't respect moves like pawn to h5, at our meetings, we are still somewhat concerned about these things getting checkmated on h2. It's not like we're happy in such situations. We think this must be +1 or something. We don't believe in it, but we're still unhappy. We would much rather have you castle and play a normal game. So these things are being discussed in the meetings. Even Wesley said, yeah, h5 we really have to pay close attention to because they might checkmate us.
So who attends the AGM of the, what was it called? The Chicken Club?
Chicken Chess Club, yeah.
The Chicken Chess Club. Who is the president? Who is on the board? Maybe you could
it depends, because you know you don't want to make anybody feel like he's more of a chicken than the others. That's why I think it's unfair when Anish gets all the credit and Wesley and Rajabov don't even get a shout out. Like they're at every meeting and you know they can't get a mention. But yeah, they are there. Peter Lako sometimes stops by, gives a lecture about the lines he prepared on that day, even though he's not playing, but he's still, you know, making sure not to get surprised by any h5s. We're having a great time.
Do you have any hens? Or, I mean, I'm assuming it's an inclusive organization. So do you have any hens in there?
Our headquarters is in Budapest, so all the Hungarians like Erdos and so on, they don't have to travel that long. And yeah, everyone's welcome.
Trying to think. There aren't really any draw masters from the...
No, women are quite a bit tougher than men.
Yeah.
The hens you said, not hands. I was confused.
Hens, yeah. I can't think
more
of...
fighting chess, but Harika, if you're watching, you haven't been to any meetings, but you are welcome to join.
She's not that. She's not that bad. She's not.
Gee, she doesn't draw that much.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
None
say
of them.
that.
None of
She's still
none of the
welcome.
top females draw.
It's
that
the
much, right?
CCC, right?
Sorry.
It's the CCC, the Chicken Chess Club.
Yeah.
Chicken Chess Club.
Do you pronounce it CCC or KKK?
No, CCC, come on.
Yeah.
And our live
CCC.
broadcasts are called CCC TV. Okay, moving on.
Wow. You thought this through, yeah? Yeah.
It's all expert improv. Oh boy. So Anish blitz out d4 as mentioned. I don't think he's happy, but I do think he's in book
I think he's happy.
so
Yeah.
far. But deep down inside, he does not want that h pawn to keep going.
He just got a taste of blood, his first candidate's victory. Now he's already smelling another one.
That's true. How did you celebrate Anish's victory the other day, Magnus?
Let me see. It was a long day on the Norwegian broadcast, but I got to talk about my my win against Vichy quite a bit, which I liked, obviously. Yeah, I didn't particularly celebrate. It was just work, you know. But I just, it's just one of those days when you have just a satisfied feeling in your whole body after a day of work. And that was one of those days.
When you say day of work, what do you mean? Talking about chess with your mates for a few hours? Is that what you consider a day of work?
Yeah.
Okay. Just so I get it.
Lawrence, do you
Good
sometimes
answer.
have a satisfied feeling in your body after a day of work?
No, I haven't had a satisfied feeling in my body for about 12 years. And that's not really an exaggeration. Shout
What-
out to
What
past
happened?
and previous lovers. No, I'm joking.
Well, what is the moment 12 years ago that made you satisfied?
12 years, when was that? What year was that? God. What are we, 2020?
Sorry, I had
2008?
to mute myself there.
Oh,
2008.
2008. What happened? Global financial crisis. I've got a good story about 2009. That was fun.
Wondering what I got myself in for today, guys.
I was
You ain't
in
seen nothing yet,
Mexico.
David.
No, you won't believe this. I was in Mexico teaching chess to a very talented group of students in Toluca. And that's just outside Mexico City. And one day, my good friend Mark from back home, one of the boys, he came and visited me. And we said, let's go to Vegas this weekend. This is a true story. So we're like, okay, we go to Vegas. So we booked it on the Thursday, and on the Friday, we got to Mexico City Airport, and people were running around, and it was chaos. We're like, what's going on? Swine flu, true story. I was in the heart of Mexico City in the outbreak of swine flu, and that was the source of it. And then I got trapped in Vegas, and then I lost all my money, and I was dead broke. Literally, I couldn't afford a sandwich.
Doesn't sound like you,
And-
Lawrence.
Yeah, and when I did all my money, I then spoke to my dad, and he said, where are you? I said, Vegas. He said, what are you doing in Vegas? I said, well, why not? And then he said, oh yeah, you can't go back to Mexico. So then he had to pay for my flight home to England, and I left everything I owned, whatever last bit of things I had in Mexico, while swine flu enveloped the world. So that
I've
was
seen
the
that
last-
movie. Fear and Lawrence in Las Vegas.
It's actually a great movie.
Like Alexander Fear? Or...
You should write your memoirs, Lawrence.
I've got some good ones. Magnus would feature in a few, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There'd be a few stories. So, did he checkmate the guy yet? No.
But Grishuk did make a move. He did play e63.
Yeah, they both did.
Yeah. Maybe black doesn't have to play h4. Maybe there are other moves.
What? Queen d4 looks so slow.
Yeah. Actually, everything looks quite slow, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy
You're
it.
not buying Grishuk stock at this
No,
point.
I'm not buying it. Unfortunately for Alexander. Yeah, I think 1-0 today. I think we're on for 1-0. I think we're on for 1-0 in 3 out of 4 games.
Which one won't be 1-0?
I feel as though Wang Hao's going to hold against Fabi from this position. Should we look at it? Magnus, you've been in this kind of position before. You've seen these things.
Yeah, I want some opening theory lessons, Magnus, on this Petrov.
I know you all do.
How was your game, Magnus? Was it bishop takes here?
Yeah, it was bishop takes.
So Fabi goes knight d2. We were a bit surprised because it felt like it's sort of a, well, I don't like this must-win term, but it feels like he has to push today with white, and obviously not so easy to push against the Petrov, but then he goes e4 and he goes for this voluntarily. What do you think, Magnus?
He simply believes that white is a little bit better, I think. So there are still, I feel, enough pieces on the board that you can press if you are indeed better. So I'm not sure it's a bad choice, even though clearly he needs to start winning games. I'm not gonna criticize him for that.
Does feel like black's ready to play d5 though quite quickly now.
Yeah, but then again, d5 doesn't necessarily solve all of your structural problems, since once c4 and d5 are exchanged, it feels like white has slightly the better structure. And also a potentially more active king. But, well, that is a bit of a stretch, though. But,
Yeah.
Active king.
but I mean, I can understand why you'd make the case that white is better. But, yeah, obviously, it's not very much, if anything.
Okay. Should we see?
I don't know. I guess I would love to play b3 and then knight e4, but as you said, b3 probably will be met by d5.
Isn't b3 d5 just immediately solving every problem?
Well, you don't have to deal with the situation immediately, so
Bishop f4, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, bishop f4 or bishop g5 or something like this. I thought about. But no, it's not impressive. Yeah, bishop f4, maybe, but certainly you don't necessarily want b3 in those lines. It's hard to say because the position is not so concrete. It's hard to come up with concrete lines. So it's more about talking generally.
Maybe g4, put the bishop on f4, a4, just pretend you're making some progress.
Yeah. Above my pay grade, this position.
Boring. Grishuk played queen to d4.
Wow. David got it.
Oh, yes.
An hour ago. Is it any good though?
I mean, I would have done the same as Grishuk though. I would have spent an hour before playing.
So Grishuk is basically playing like if David and Lawrence played hand and brain, no? Or like one move each. That's what's happening.
Yeah, he's saying that h5 is not a big deal, and he's really happy to get white to commit to an Isolani.
We'd make a great team, Lawrence, hand and brain.
So what do I do? I should chase that queen away, no? Knight e2, knight c2, which one?
Yeah. Knight c2 feels more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
since
I
you're
like knight e2.
opening up for the bishop.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you might want to get the knight to f4, so it's not clear cut.
Mm-hmm. Knight c2, queen all the way
D8
home, I
maybe.
guess. Yeah.
Is G4 out of the question?
Queen g4. Mm-hmm.
3 more queen exchange move suggestions, David, and we'll send you an invite to the CCC.
I mean, that again, that's my life goal.
It is fun.
Is Ulf Anderson on the board? I guess he is.
He used to come in a lot for lectures about the timing of draw offers, like do you do it on move 8 or 9, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But then when they banned them and it's become all these Sofia rules, like he hasn't been around that much because he says he doesn't like playing with these circumstances.
Understand.
But you're always welcome, Wolf. You're a legend.
And Bogdan has surely some kind of place on the committee.
Lalic.
Yeah. Him and
no, he doesn't.
or
He doesn't
him and
show up
Salov
much, but
are kind of quarantined in another room.
yeah, no, he's not around much. It's also a long, expensive trip to Budapest.
Do you follow Salov on Facebook, Magnus or Jan or David? Have you seen some of the stuff? I'm probably going to get a nice rebuke after this. Yeah, I'm part of the what they call it, the Kabbalah taking over the world group. Yeah, yada yada yada. But do you ever read some of this stuff? Magnus, you must.
Just you, Lawrence.
You must have seen his Facebook stuff.
Actually, I haven't. Like, I've heard hearsay.
Yeah.
But we're trying to promote chess as a sport, as a game, and we're not trying to perpetuate the myth that chess players are crazy. So let's keep our
why are they watching us then?
Our eye on the ball. No, we're just normal people.
Ish.
Yeah,
you're the most normal dude we could find, David.
Well, yeah, slim pickings, clearly.
TG has happened.
What was his name? TGIM says, please, could you look at the games? Yeah, I guess we could. I mean,
there's no need for that aggressive tone.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, let's humor him. Let's play some moves. So Queen D8. Say
Queen D8.
Mm-hmm.
D4.
D4, Knight C7, I guess. Bishop G5.
Bishop G5.
Yeah. It's a position, isn't it?
Sasha, no one told you pawns never move back? Imagine you're castled. Pawn on H7.
Yeah, H6 would be a great move at some moment. But...
Maybe he's going to go to G4, huh?
He still wants to mate on H2, Bishop F3, Queen G6, then push the H pawn.
Well, Bishop F3, there's actually Queen H3.
Ah, true. Yeah. No, Queen G4 does make some sense.
Yeah, how bad is this?
Hmm?
I mean, this looks completely fine for black, does it not?
What are we talking about?
Queen G4. I really like it. And if Queen takes G4, H takes G4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be mate.
That's just mate.
Lawrence, that was your deep positional plan.
Yeah.
Fix that weakness on H2.
It reminds me of that line in the Trompovsky, D4, Knight F6, Bishop G5, Knight E4, H4. You know, and then
everything comes back to the yeah, that's totally
that's right.
You should plug your video series again, Lawrence.
I have plugged it.
Not enough.
go and watch that series that I did on the Trompovsky. It relates to every position. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You want to learn how to attack? Watch my series.
It has been
Caruana.
called one of the top 15 Trompovsky video series out there. Knight c2. The good news for Giri is Grishuk seems to have at least 2, maybe 3 decent moves. No, Queen d8, Queen g4, Queen b6, and that means he will spend significant amount of time here trying to decide between these moves.
I don't believe it. I think he's gonna go Queen g4 pretty quickly.
Wow.
Yeah. Within 5-10 minutes, I'd say.
Nah.
Yeah, that is quickly.
Yeah.
I'm going 15 plus. Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
How much time will Grishuk spend on his next
Oh,
move?
on this? No, quickly. 7 minutes, 49 seconds.
You are all sadly mistaken.
Is that what you said in Vegas, Lawrence?
What's that?
I'm going 15 plus tonight. Yeah. Okay. That's
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
I
it
did
looks
say that.
some stuff's
To the
happening in
officer.
Ding's game.
Okay,
Yeah, let's look at Ding's
enough
game.
Spearman Rhino talk. Let's have a look at Ding.
By the way, it's huge in Vegas, that Spearman Rhino. It's ridiculous. It's like a warehouse. Okay.
And Queen g4 has happened. Win for me. Quickly.
Wait.
Wow, you were right. Ugh.
How many minutes?
Almost
We
like
need
you know these
verification.
people. Like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the sort of expert guessing they bring me in for.
That's not bad.
So, Ding, this is actually getting reasonably interesting. So, we've had an exchange on e5, knight g4. And
How did we get here? He went bishop e3, didn't go f5. Even, he probably didn't watch Magnus series, that this is the best stone wall anyone could dream of. So he went back, bishop g5, bishop b7, going back again. Takes knight g4.
I mean, the clock time's correct. Like, has Ding been playing quite quickly?
That seems about right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just wondering what he's got in mind now. I mean, does he take on e7 and go knight f3 or something? Or does
He did that already.
Okay.
Takes knight f3, I think just happened.
So I'm guessing Alexander probably wants to go c5 now. And this actually happens in some of these lines, that to achieve another positional goal, you actually can sometimes allow yourself to go knight h6.
yeah, how bad is it there? Doesn't look too bad.
Okay, I can remember an old Anand game, for instance, where he just had this knight on h6 against somebody. And he just won against Hübner, maybe? And he just won easily.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to kick it there immediately? Do we leave it for a few moves? Or... I don't know what else White does, actually.
Yeah, I think you kick it.
Yeah.
Ooh, unless Queen a4 is a double. No.
Yeah, I was trying to get that working as well, but Bishop c6 was always...
Yeah, Bishop c6 was always there. And FIDE has gone g4. So your understanding of the position, David, is proving to be quite similar to...
That's
David's
why we
on
got
fire
him
with the
here,
predictions.
guys.
Yeah, we've both been members of the CCC for a while, so we've been studying this position together. Clearly.
No, actually, in the CCC, we do not respect the move pawn g2 to g4 very much. We
It's
like
too
pawn
aggressive.
to g3, but g4 is not our cup of tea.
Way too aggressive for the CCC.
What are you talking about? G4 is a key move in the Catalan. Once you get these, you know this symmetrical positions where you're taking on f6, gf. You got the knight to d3, and then you go g4 to.
There is actually a rule: once queens are off, it's allowed to consider pawn to g4. So
Yeah.
Fabi could still play.
Also in these rook end games like 4 versus 3, if you get the chance to play g4, you know.
Come on.
And
Hungarians, before they learn to speak, they learn that you play g4 before black plays h5 there.
Can you get thrown out the CCC if you start advancing your flank pawns with queen still on the board, or what's the rules for getting banned from the club?
Enough CCC talk. We'll revisit it later together with your application, Lawrence. But for now,
And
what should Van
Alexei
Gaal
goes
do?
on f6, so he doesn't want any part of the knight in h6.
Oh, okay. Also makes sense.
It makes sense, but like structurally, it feels like white's a little bit better.
Maybe white has to do something quite quickly before black plays c5 after ef6. ef6, is he taken with the knight or queen maybe?
Because queen f6, nah, he's not going to do that.
Maybe
Can he think about c5 after queen f6? Or is it just horrific?
No, it's not. It's not horrific.
Because obviously e5, my idea was to play e4.
Also, can I take your pawn? Like CD,
Oh,
queen
yeah.
a4 business?
Yeah, that's...
Just way to lose.
Yeah.
I don't know, ED or CD, but queen a4 against everything. Doesn't seem to work.
No, he's got to go knight f6.
Isn't he worse? This looks bad. 95? I don't like this all.
95 c5.
Yeah.
As a Stonewall player, it wouldn't be e3.
And you don't want to take, you want to just keep attention.
Yeah, e3, f4 seems better.
I'd hate this woodplay.
Wouldn't be massively worried as black.
It doesn't look too bad, I think.
Wow.
Rook c8, maybe not
difference.
d7 coming.
This just looks like a nightmare for me, for black. But
I agree. These guys don't respect f-pawns. That's
Like,
food for thought.
what's the big deal? Seriously.
Yeah, what's white's plan?
Rook cd8, yeah?
Or something.
to queen a4?
Yeah, just push back. You got to come up with something more than one move threats.
That's how chess works. Okay.
All right.
I was always taught by Capablanca that if you just see the best move, that's the only move you need to see.
Let's go all conceptual. CD, you go ED, I'm guessing. Yeah, like f4, this is fine for black?
No, I wouldn't say it's a disaster. You go a5 at some point.
Yeah.
Works on d6, d8.
It's interesting. I'd be so worried with the king being weak, but...
Probably a bit worse, but...
Yeah. I still prefer playing without f6 somehow, maybe.
Yeah, the c5 I liked, but this f6, I don't know. It feels so weakening. All right, both these guys on -2, so probably that ship has sailed when it comes to tournament victory for either. Magnus, what's your take on the situation now? I think you had Nepomniachtchi on your top 3 list of guys that could win this tournament, no? Before it started, I mean.
Well, the first 2 on the list were pretty obvious, and yeah, he was definitely number 3.
Right.
Mine. As I think he was for a lot of people. I think he was generally number 3 on the market. So
He and MBL, I thought, were number 3 and 4.
In that sense, it's not a shocker that he's doing relatively well.
I've heard mumblings that he's not feeling well. He mentioned such at the press conference. And
Well,
I
that's
seem
not
to
really
recall.
mumblings, is it? He just said it outright.
Exactly. But he did mumble it. It also happens to him quite a bit that he gets sick during tournaments. No, I recall in Vachier he was struggling, I think, this year and last year with illness. Is that a pattern for him a little bit?
Yeah, probably he gets a bit nervous, and then it manifests itself in the body.
Right.
That's what I would guess.
Lawrence, you're a medical doctor. What's your explanation?
I don't know. I don't really get sick during tournaments.
It just makes sick moves.
Exactly. In both the good and bad ways.
I know.
But yeah, I have no opinion on him being slightly under the weather. I guess he's fine. I mean, he is on +3, so he's not that sick. And 92 was played.
+3 is pretty sick.
Sorry? I
Because
missed that.
he is pretty sick, so.
He is pretty sick?
Being on that score is pretty
Oh,
sick.
being on +3 is pretty sick. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, so no moves in the MPL Nepo game.
He played 92, and
92.
he's just gonna... I'm chalking this up as 1-0. Very simple. This is a 1-0.
I think it can happen sometimes, is that if you feel unwell at some point during the tournament, you can sort of mobilize your energy for a few days, and then it usually takes its toll later in the tournament that you run out of energy. So I think definitely for a few days it's not a big problem for Jan to be feeling a bit under the weather, but certainly the tournament is 1.5 weeks more, and then that's gonna be rough. If he's not
Hold on. I have to live in the basement for another week and a half? Is that what you're saying?
You don't have to do anything.
Actually, I kind of do. We're on lockdown.
Yeah, don't we all have to live in our basements for the next week?
Now I'm curious.
What happened? Did we have a move? That's interesting.
No, which
Oh,
basement?
The Chess24 studio is in a basement. We should mention, it's a luxurious basement you have there, Lawrence. It's 3 rooms, a kitchen, a couch, a shower, and you don't even live there. Like, you have 2 mansions provided by Chess24.
That is true.
Drama queen, huh?
Yeah.
It's cold and lonely down here. All right. D5, Wang Hao. I love it. Going by the age-old adage, react on the flank with a break in the center.
That's exactly the adage. React on the flank with a break in the center.
Something along those lines. Who first said that?
React on the flank with a break in the center.
I think Lawrence Trent was the first to ever say that.
You get what I'm saying. Where was it first published? This?
I'm sure it was Capablanca.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know. We're just bleeding ignorance here, huh?
It's a bleeding. I love that. Love that.
I think it was the
Yeah.
orcs in the 2 towers battle.
Uh-huh.
I actually watched that like I think 2 days ago or something. So that's
It's good stuff. Holds up.
good timing.
Kotov. It was Kotov. Any thoughts on Kotov, Magnus, and his methodology?
And such?
Sorry?
Like Kotov, think like a grandmaster.
Yes, exactly.
I never really read that book at all. So that's why I've never really been structured in the way that I think. It's just that thoughts come into my head, and never thought in terms of candidate moves and so on. So
Okay.
I always recommend others to do, but never done it myself.
But no one does, right? David, do you do that?
Maybe in very simplified positions where there aren't that many moves to consider, then I'll break things down, just make sure I haven't missed any forcing or any resources. But yeah, very rarely. I mean, usually a couple of moves come to mind, you do some calculation, you evaluate, and yeah, I don't know. Nobody's really that conscious of their own thoughts. I think sometimes it's all a bit of a bit of a mess, at least for me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, I asked Vichy about this too, and he said he's a flipper, and he thinks every other grandmaster is also a flipper. That you're not so conscious that you just jump around a lot.
I think sometimes it's useful for sure. But yeah, it's hard to force yourself to do that.
Right.
Question is it good, d5? Because if it's good, then Fabia's got very little. So, if g5, is the idea just to go knight h5? Or
Must be knight h5, yeah. It looks the least clumsy of the squares.
Well, I mean, you could say about move like d5 that the floor is pretty high for such a move.
Right.
That's all I'm gonna say. That it's a logical follow-up, and it cannot be too bad. So g5, I don't know. Doesn't knight h5 seem pretty reasonable there?
Yeah.
right.
You got yourself
g6, knight g7 if necessary at some point.
potentially
Also-
a lot of squares there.
G5 is not in the spirit, right? You're trying to restrict the black pieces, not give them more squares, no?
Yeah, I mean, unless there's something concrete, which there doesn't look to be.
I like David's move. Play a4, just
Yeah,
act like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know which move to start with, but a4 makes some sense. Unless black takes on c4, knight d5, and put the knight on b4. Don't know if this is...
c4 maybe?
I was worried about
yeah,
rook
bishop
d2,
takes
bishop
d2.
d2.
Okay, we tricked ourselves, Jan.
Yeah.
No, this is an improvement here.
This
This
is
looks
nice for
nice, no?
white.
Like
Yeah, this is nice.
in
Yeah.
Hungary, they think this is just resigns.
So I guess if d takes c4 isn't so attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to keep the tension somehow. You
I think
can go
actually-
d4. D4 is not crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop d6 next against most things now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe white takes on d6 and plays a5, and I don't know.
Does he not want to go b3 first and then
Not
Have
really sure
some-
what white's doing on that side, but
chance to swing the rook?
Doesn't feel like so much, no? H6 or not.
It can never be that much. But
h6 I'll play h3 and pretend I'm going f4 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It could be, at the very least, slightly easier to play, but this is just too abstract for me.
didn't you play a bunch of World Championship games in this position?
Nah, I'd go for more concrete stuff.
There are a lot of questions about Ding's chair, and I think Grishuk is the same chair. They're going with these small, uncomfortable looking chairs.
These chairs. Yeah.
Magnus, you like a big, comfy chair, right?
Yeah, I like a swivelly chair.
Actually, we mentioned, well, Lawrence mentioned Julian Hodgson earlier. One of my earliest memories in chess was playing a British Championship, I think in 2000. And of course, I was on the bottom few boards. I was young. But then on board one, Julian Hodgson brought his own chair with him every day. He just wheel it in, his own swivelly chair. Yeah, as soon as he started bringing it, I think he won like 8 in a row or something. So.
Well, it's easy when you've got a computer hidden in the side pocket. Of course, he brought his own chair.
I mean, computers in 2000, I don't know, were they that good?
True, and actually, Julian operating one is also another
Exactly, yeah.
question.
I remember
What do you think?
about that in like New in Chest or something about there was a picture of him with his chair.
What do you think of that Miles incident, Magnus, when he had the bad back and he had that massage table or something he was laying down on? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there, but I've read about it.
You were merely a twinkle in Henrik's eye. But no, actually, wasn't even a twinkle at that point. What year was that? Was that late 70s or
It's a
early
long
80s?
time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you think? Do you think that should be legal? Let's just say, like, you know, Kayakin just said, look, Magnus, I've got a bad back, mate. Can I lay down and play you? Would that put you off, or do you think it should be legal, or?
Yeah, I think it should be okay.
Okay.
If you have a doctor's note, then why not?
Okay.
That was in Tilburg in 1985. Tilburg in Holland. That's the city Luke van Veli is from.
But
Oh, wow.
Miles actually won the tournament, right?
Yeah, he actually won it. That's right.
But
Yeah.
I think that story has been overblown in the sense that, like, he won with +2 on tiebreak or something. Like, it was a really it wasn't like he was setting the world on fire while on his back.
So Lawrence, yeah, you know what to do at your next tournament. Just
Yeah,
bring
that's
in-
right. He did play G5, Fabi.
Wow, he's such a patzer.
Loosey goosey.
There must be something concrete in mind.
Of course.
F4, F5 immediately, or what? Like, the F4 just D4, yeah.
D4, yeah.
Oh, what could he be thinking then?
Took?
Okay,
Went CD.
I don't know.
bishop takes.
Ugh, I was so
Yeah.
condescending about G5. I feel bad now.
Bishop D5.
Yeah, G5 just gives you, just doesn't sit right, huh?
Yeah, I could
So
easily
he must have a
backline.
move here.
Looks very strange to me, maybe as something direct, but I don't get it.
F4, bishop D6, I guess. Doesn't look convincing at all.
Yeah, and just looks like it's rebounding on white slightly. Does he just want to put something on E4 or last move before F4, bishop D6?
Why do that? 94, like even F5 if I'm not blundering pieces
Yeah.
looks completely fine. No?
No, you're right.
Oh, wow. 94 F5. I like that. I just failed to believe this is anything for white.
So any tricks? Knight C3. No.
Can white be worse here?
Here's
Yeah,
what
yeah, probably.
looks worse. Unless bishop G5 is good. Rook F7. No. Then you have some kind of tactics along
The D file will
along the
probably.
detail.
Knight takes F6 here. Yeah.
He did go 94. Okay. So F5, huh?
Yeah, this must be his idea to go bishop G5. What is white's next? Let's say go G6.
You mean in this position?
Yeah.
Maybe B3, just reroute the bishop to the A1, A8 diagonal.
That
That's
is
nice.
strong.
So much talent.
It really is.
Oh.
F5 will come sooner or later, yeah.
Maybe not so bad, huh?
Maybe he probably just has a deeper understanding of this.
Maybe he's just at this position.
You worked with Fabi.
Yeah.
What is he thinking now?
No
I don't
comment.
know. Well, I've obviously seen his supercomputer and I've seen his prep and his files, even at a glance. And
What do you
that's
think about them?
quite special.
How
The
does a supercomputer look like?
Well, it looks like a normal computer, but when you start it up, it sounds like a small airplane or helicopter starting. It's just an incredibly loud noise. It's like all firing up, all the cylinders, all the power and energy it needs.
Is it like one of these Ferrari laptops?
I don't know, but it's a monster. And yeah, it requires the energy of a small village to just power it up with all the cores and everything else. It's quite special.
That's why they have all these power shortages in St. Louis, yeah? Ah, it's Fabi analyzing again.
Exactly. He just switched on Leela, and that's why, boom. And I'm not actually exaggerating. It's actually quite impressive. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's had this position in his analysis.
Have you seen the clock though?
Yeah.
Maybe he's channeling Grishuk and just thinking on a position that he already knows.
Exactly.
So if white is sort of perfectly mobilized. So in that sense, you could make the case that the opening of the position that has happened favors him. And there are temporary factors, such as the bishop on e7, the bishop on d5, and the knight on h5 might be loose in some lines. So, as we sort of could see after f5, but still, it's kind of hard to believe that white actually has anything real. But maybe he just understands it a lot better than we do.
Still not buying it at all.
But
you want to take with the bishop, Jan? Is that what you're hinting?
No, he loves the two bishops.
Wow. It could be a good,
It's against my
good
religion.
suggestion, yeah?
If it works.
If there's all these issues with the bishop on e7 and the pin, maybe this is brilliant. And maybe there's some bishop h4 coming if you're not careful here with white. I don't know. Bishop h4, knight f4. Actually, maybe this is brilliant. Maybe you're a genius, yeah.
let's tone it down a bit. Huh?
Unlikely. I'm also reading chat, so I usually
Oh,
have
right.
some input.
So take it, then bishop g5 maybe?
Yep. Okay. So you're not worried.
What's your trick?
Yeah.
I just want to go bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
Take it. And a4.
Wow, and rook d1?
Well, then I'll take bishop f4.
Oh, we could actually get in trouble there, could we? Actually, we could be in big trouble there.
I don't particularly believe it. I'm just...
Big trouble, I refuse to believe too, like h6. Are you winning this?
Yeah, h6, then we take maybe, and then rook e7.
Yeah.
Feels like white is not risking anything, but probably not risking winning either.
f5 or whatnot.
This is not approved by the CCC, huh?
Feels like, you know, you're playing with fire, which we don't enjoy.
Nah.
Okay, let's see if Wang Hao gets that. Now, we've had an important development in the MVL Jan Nepomniachtchi game. Jan has played a move which probably I'm a fan of. Probably.
Let me see for myself.
That was the best. That was the best.
I was thinking of
one.
suggesting this earlier, but I thought I might get criticized because it looks a bit ugly somehow.
None of it. Did you hear
maybe
what he
it's-
said, David?
What's that?
We don't have to explain everything.
Please explain. c4, it's
He
dynamite.
missed it. He didn't get it.
I get it now.
You
but
Explain
it
the
took me a while.
c4, it's dynamite too. I have all kinds of c4 jokes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I knew coming on this show that I had to
You got to
get to that
sharpen
level.
up.
Get to that level, yeah.
But the problem is that you've done all the c4 jokes before, so...
Yeah, but I haven't done a lot of a4 jokes.
Yet.
So c4, I like it. Somehow.
I don't know. I mean, if white just castles or rook, I don't know.
I mean, it's still mate,
F4
but I
or
like
something.
it.
I intuitively, I seriously dislike c4.
Yeah.
Your intuition versus mine? Is this where we're at?
It's the end of the world.
Black needs to get organized very quickly now, otherwise.
Maybe it's just mate. Maybe it's a horrible move.
I mean, if this bishop gets to the a3 diagonal or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so what to do?
Well, just castles, maybe.
Yeah, just castles looks good.
No, you're controlling it? Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, it was just castles. Yeah, I like castles.
He must have some concrete reason. It says, I can see why he wants to keep the position close, but
how do we get this rook on g8 into the game? I mean, knight c6, king e7 looks very slow somehow.
This structure reminds me of that Caro-Kann line with advanced Caro with knight e2, knight e2, knight g3. You know the one I'm thinking of?
No.
nobody here plays such crap.
Knight e2 on move 2, yeah, Lawrence?
Like this. I'm just gonna
Yeah, please don't.
educate you guys. e5, bishop f5. Knight e2 here, was it?
Wouldn't
I can't
knight
remember.
f3 be better?
No, what I'm trying to say is you get such positions. And at some point, you just castle and mate the guy.
Looks winning.
Kind of similar. A little bit.
Just refuted the Caro-Kann, yeah?
Lawrence,
Yeah.
you can't keep giving away secrets like that for free on the air.
Well, they're not for free. That's why everybody's becoming premium today. Candidates 2020 is your discount code, 40% off. You want to learn how to play the Stonewall? Well, become premium. That's your answer. Want to learn how to play the Trompovsky? Become premium. Want to learn how to play the Grunfeld? Become premium. Need I go on?
Do we have a Norwegian rat video series?
I'd pay to watch that. I need a new Blitz opening.
The Norwegian rat. Is
Found out.
that a variation of the rat? Like, is that like a sub variation, or is it just the Norwegian rat in general?
I think it is the Norwegian rat. In general, I just sometimes shorten it to the rat.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it called something else before, like the North Sea defense or something?
North Sea, yeah, I think there are several lines.
Then there was some Scandi infighting, and the Norwegians took control. They took back control.
We did.
All right, this is just mate. I'm just calling it right now.
The more I look at it, the
And-
worse it looks for black, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just calling it. It's just mate. And MVL understands it's just checkmate. So, pretty sure this is going to be catastrophic. Actually, if Jan loses this game, the wheels come off. The wheels come off, and the tournament, who knows?
I just submitted a newspaper column for Saturday where I said he was the big favourite now, and gosh, if he loses, yeah.
If he loses this, the wheels come off.
Oh dear.
What's a newspaper?
Oh, the Times in the UK. But I'll plug it later.
Funny failing as usual.
That sounds like fake news to me, though.
Actually, forget the Chess24 subscriptions. Become a Time subscriber.
Exactly. I need a pay rise. So, but yeah, I mean, black doesn't even win the A pawn now for his suffering, so it's just strange.
All right, so
Big trouble.
world champion Magnus Carlsen and Grandmaster David Howell, who almost qualified for this very candidates tournament, are saying that black is in big trouble. Lawrence Trent is saying black is fine. Therefore, it's still anybody's guess. The chat is behind you, Lawrence. That much we know.
Look, I'm re-evaluating. I'd like to rewrite my statement. And I hate C4 the more I look at it. I thought it was okay. Silman told me it was okay, but that was then, and this is now.
I would say this is still not necessarily a bad King F8 win hour for black. Which just tells you how bad the line is.
Has anyone done a French defense video series for Chess24?
Of course.
Yeah, Romain Edouard.
Oh, right. Okay. Does he suggest the winner?
I don't think he does. Most French experts have converted to 3 knight f6, no? Which is why the French is not such a surprise, but the win over by Jan is a very surprising choice before this candidates, to me at least.
Yeah.
I think Magnus is. Are you the last top player to play the win over Magnus? Who's playing this?
Nah. Nah, I don't think so. There must have been.
Even Fabi's punted the black side of this in rapid games.
Fabi's had some rapid games, but they look very ugly, no? Against Vichy, maybe?
And against Giri, I remember.
Wesley also gave this King F8 line a go.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
In some rapid games. In classical, maybe.
Yeah, not for me.
Anish, Bishop F4.
Preventing.
That's the spirit.
Preventing knight c7.
Knight c7, yeah.
Makes sense.
I like it. Prophylactic. Keeping the option of a queen exchange, just in case, you know, that h4 keeps coming.
Okay, so
Good stuff by Anish.
Let's try and be concrete here. Take the queen.
Bishop g4.
Bishop g4.
We'll capture rook a, let's say. Bishop g4.
Rook
Oh no, rook d1.
Yeah, I was thinking whether you could go knight c5 here. This is probably utter nonsense, though.
Give us a move. What do you want? Bishop
d6?
Knight e6.
Yeah. Knight e6.
Take.
Take e7. d4.
I was going to say f4, but maybe d4.
Maybe f4 is better. Yeah, it's better you guys suggest moves. Not on my game today.
But I must confess, the previous rounds, Magnus, it was mind-blowing what you saw in a lot of these Berlins. And
thank you. That means a lot. And I have to say that sometimes it was mind-blowing what you saw as well.
Clip it quickly, somebody, before it disappears.
This is taking a turn.
While we can.
Can we try something?
But,
oh, sorry. You go,
Lauren,
Lawrence.
what do you want to try?
I was going to get back to the chess, sorry.
Please do.
I was just going to say instead of knight c5, just rook d8 or something.
What was the line? Takes,
Oh, so,
rook 81, bishop g4, rook d1, rook d8.
e1 is ridiculous. You should just go rook
Rook d2.
d2.
Castle queenside, I don't know. Lawrence would, surely.
Of course it would. I just do what the engine does, you know.
Why is,
now we can play knight
why is
c7.
Giri better here? Doesn't look like he's better,
exactly.
no?
No, it looks fine for black.
Yeah, great. I don't like this bishop f4 move.
And he has taken on d1.
Of course he has.
I would say he's done it fairly quickly. He doesn't have to go rook a d1, but bishop g4 is going to happen anyway.
At least then rook e1 makes more sense, but
Okay, so rook fd1, bishop g4, rook e1 maybe?
You took with the a rook.
Yeah.
So scratch that.
Krasbass is saying, Jan, which opening is worse? And ask Magnus too. The French or the Scandinavian? It's the Scandinavian.
Yeah.
Magnus.
Let's leave it at that. Scandinavian is orders of magnitude worse than the French. As much as we like hating on the French opening and language.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis?
John Bartholomew is currently calling a certain hotline to, you know, to not do the wrong thing. Shout out to my boy, John Bartholomew.
Yeah, he came to Norway recently, right, Magnus?
Yeah, he was here for Chessable stuff.
Bumped into him at the Good Night pub.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And you can get discounts for your Chessable as well. Check the codes below. Is that right, Jan? There's a deal for Chessable? I'm not sure, actually.
I know that my series is on sale.
Yes.
Chessable.com/Jan E4, E5 repertoire, which
For
I've
luck.
heard is excellent. That's what Greg Shahadi said, and he knows his openings. Other than that, I'm sure there are other actions, but you know me, I only care about myself.
Shout out to Greg Shahadi. Congratulations for all of the random journeyman grandmasters you've beaten as a result of watching Jan's course. I'm proud of you, buddy. If you're there watching, which I assume you are.
He is your boy as well, huh?
He is my boy. I love him.
Who isn't
He's
your boy
like
in the chess world?
brother from the same mother, but a different father.
No, let's not go there, David. We've pretty much established that everybody is his boy, except Jan is not his boy.
Nepomniachtchi, just to be clear, I'm his boy. Nepomniachtchi, not his boy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, it looks like Grishik's absolutely fine.
No, there's some other non-boys of yours, no, Lawrence?
Oh yeah, I've got a lot of non-boys. Lots of non-boys.
Girls.
Chat, Lawrence boys, which game would you like to see? We're waiting for a move in MVL Nepomniachtchi, the battle between the leaders. Where shall we go?
I think Jan is actually slowly starting, or maybe they're both starting to realize that this is just mate. I don't know.
Well,
Why is MVL taking so long?
Maxim is tanking, which sort of suggests to me that he doesn't see the mate.
He's trying to calculate the 48 forced moves before mate.
If there's somebody who could, it would be Maxim.
What is wrong with just... Okay, so I wonder what he is. He's just trying to be precise, I guess.
Maybe he's debating whether to castle or whether to put the rook in h3 at some point and go that way.
So you guys are team castles, yeah?
Yeah.
Just feels like the pieces get coordinated more quickly.
Okay, let me... So maybe he just wants to... Maybe he just wants to march the king to c7? Sort of feels weird since you're leaving f7 on pre in these lands, but king 8 now.
Queen c2 or something, I don't know.
Yeah, queen c2.
Insanely slow.
Rook b6, maybe.
Can I play a4 with that too?
Like it.
Oh, by all means, you can.
What about going rook b4 there?
And you want to sack after knight c6 or
No, I want to go rook a4. Ah, I see.
queen b5?
Sorry. Yeah, queen b5 is no problem.
Although after knight c6, there's always queen h7 ideas, I guess.
Yeah, then you go back to f8.
And back to f8.
Gotta go rook h8 at some point, yeah?
Magnus, relevant question from the Twitch chat. Jan, can you please ask Magnus if he will grow a man bun if he meets Nepomniachtchi for the world title?
Nah. I'm not gonna co-opt somebody's style.
Fair enough.
Nah.
Cool.
But I like the question.
If you go for a full ponytail, just go one up.
It's a nice visual, just picturing it.
What about a mullet?
I don't know what that is.
A mullet?
He didn't live in
You don't know
England in the
mullet?
80s.
Somebody translate mullet into Norwegian.
Porn
Pronto.
stash is the Norwegian word.
What is it? Quick, this is urgent. You have to know what a mullet is. Mullet in Norwegian. How to say mullet in Norwegian? Multe hockeysveis. Oh no, that's the fish mullet. Sorry. The hair is hockeysveis. There we go.
It's the old football haircut, yeah? Like
Yeah,
short in
like,
the front, long in the back.
what's your boy who got spat on in the World Cup?
Rudi Völler,
Yeah, Rudi Völler. Yeah, exactly.
Frank Rijkaard, we did not forget.
Yeah, Frank Rijkaard, Rudi
Hockey
Völler, they
Sveis,
all
I
had
definitely
mullets.
know.
Sorry?
Hockey Sveis, I certainly know.
Hockeysveis. Yeah.
In German, it's Fokuhila. Just so you know.
That
That's
sounds
fantastic.
Japanese.
Vorne kurz, hinten lang.
Wow.
Business in the front, party in the back.
It's what we like. Should I put that on my Grinder profile?
Moving on, someone mute Lawrence.
So let's, okay, back to the chess.
Okay. That was a joke. Moving on. Still
How many
no
developments? Ding has played bishop h3, which I quite like.
I'm going to get so much heat for that.
I thought that was the idea.
You're gonna get a lot of hate on your profile or what?
I'm going to get, yeah. I just can imagine chat now.
So how's Ding Liren doing?
Yeah.
We had this position. No? Oh, you put the bishop on
Bishop
h3. This
h3.
is genius.
Pin it.
Pin it and win it.
Yeah, this is good.
But what's the idea if black plays like rook c e? Oh, actually, yeah, knight d4.
No,
Rook c e8 or?
1945?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really what I wanted, but might have to. Or rook c e8 maybe?
E8, yeah. You
CD?
don't want the rook to hang in
CD.
all sides.
No, CD doesn't work.
There's knight g5 also.
Yeah, then I might have to move the queen, but feels like it's going a bit.
It's going awry, isn't it? On the other hand, maybe queen.
Sorry, Queen D6?
Mm-hmm.
Don't buy any of this.
Is c5 annoying?
It is annoying, but we go queen d7, hoping to. Yeah.
Start kicking me back eventually.
E4,
Yeah.
huh? We're just
E4,
Big
H6,
pressure. H6, you know, word.
H3, there is.
This looks horrific for black.
I don't like black's position.
Yeah, bishop h3.
Yeah, it's a nice concrete move.
What do you guys think about Ding? Is he gonna be so frustrated with how the tournament has gone that his chess will suffer, or is he just, you know, so tough that it doesn't affect him much?
I think his play especially in the last game definitely shows that he's not on top of his game, and yeah, I'm sure he's extremely frustrated.
That tactic that he could have gone for against Jan yesterday, Magnus, you think that was possible for Ding or you in great shape to spot, or was it just computer stuff?
You mean Yu Yang could definitely have found it, huh?
Back with the U puns.
Yeah, I think it was possible. It was earlier.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Queen
find
C6
the spot. Queen C6, and here.
Was he short of time when he missed this? Or?
And the
I
king.
remember looking at it. I was just actually thinking of Rook B2 instead of Rook D8, but that loses to Queen B2. So I just assumed that this stuff didn't work for Black, and that he would have to go for something else.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Rook E5. I think it's very possible to find, like, it looks extremely attractive for Black.
Yeah.
I mean, once you start looking at Rook B6 and Queen E2, I mean, you definitely have to consider it, because it might solve all of your problems if it works.
That was my claim, that he could get there by elimination, but of course you have to know there's something maybe to use elimination.
It's very surprising that Jan actually allowed this stuff, I would say.
Okay, Aleksenko did play Rook C E8, but yeah, looks a bit ugly.
Sorry for all the jumping. The tool is reacting a little strangely. Yeah, Rook C8 on the board.
Could Black have played C5 last move, maybe?
And how do you reply to Knight G5?
I wanted to go D4, but maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe Rook C6 as well.
Rook C6 you can take twice on D5.
Yeah, I was hoping I had something there, but it doesn't look that way. Rook D7. Yeah. Could I play? Okay, let's try and sack some stuff then. Instead of Rook C6, maybe D4. Just Lawrence is rubbing off on me.
You wish.
I was wondering, is there a joke coming or not? Can't help it.
Take that with the Rook, I guess.
Wow.
Is this just nothing?
Even this is mumbo jumbo for me.
Okay, let's go back. Rook C8. Yeah, it's not enough.
I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand, but probably not enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to find a way to not have to go passive. Yeah, I mean, Rook C8, though, this line we looked at looks very nice for white.
I'm just reading instructions. The tech boys are saying, David, can you disable autofocus on your camera? Do you know what that means?
I literally know how to work chess base, and that's it. So I'll try to do this somehow. Okay.
And what has Jan played? Rook B6. Welcome to the Matrix, guys. What does he want to do? I don't understand. Do you get Rook B6, Jan?
I don't understand the position as a whole. Rook B6 in itself, I don't know, it's kind of logical, no? Not giving up the open file, and you don't want to have to recapture on B8 with the knight. So the move in itself makes sense to me, but what goes where here, I really don't know. Like we've had these queen c2 a4 plans now, which look nice for it, but to claim that I get anything here would be a bit of a stretch. I don't like black's position one bit. Magnus, your camera was fine.
My camera.
Is he there?
Magnus is there. I think
He's gone stealth.
Yeah, your camera was fine. I was talking to David. Oh, you're back.
No, but I disappeared myself at some point. But I don't know, Lawrence, you were talking about some matrix here, but I don't see any matrix, really.
So we can't just launch Freddy up the board, is what you're saying?
Yeah, you're not giving me credit for the pun, huh?
Which pawn?
Matrix.
Oh, wow. That was
good.
way too good for me to spot.
Also, wait for Laura's new video series, Matrix Reloaded.
So there's a message here, David Howell, to everyone. How can I do that? Is that come up with awesome puns you're referring to?
I'm not as good as
Don't
puns.
worry too much about it, David. I think, yeah, probably someone will type some instructions in the chat. I also do not have a clue.
Okay.
Stay with us.
I am here still. Okay.
And how is gonna f5 and is taken with the knight?
Oh, wow.
About.
You took back with the knight.
We're kind of assuming bishop g5 now. Hard to see what else.
1 second. Here we are.
But it does look mildly awkward to me.
What do we do? Why not bishop f6?
Yeah, he played that very quickly, no? Knight takes f6.
It's just this natural bias to not give up the bishop pair, I guess. We all have it, I think.
Yeah. He must have something concrete in mind, though.
Could black play c4 now?
c4, bishop f6, maybe? Or knight f6.
I guess I take it with the bishop.
Take it, bishop takes, gf.
Yeah.
Bishop f5, there's taking on
F3.
f3, right? Rook c1. Just trying to get rook e7. Okay, there's rook e8, yeah.
Rook e8, yeah.
Never mind. Yep.
Yeah.
That was a poor suggestion. C4.
If you
How
go back,
about bishop f1? Yeah.
yeah, I just wanted to go b5 just to cover all the squares, but I don't know. I'm worried I'll walk into some knight c3 at some point.
Probably right now. Huh?
Maybe right now, yeah. Yeah, maybe just right now. Sure. Oh, sorry. I mean, what suggestion?
Bishop b4.
Does this work? Yeah, maybe it does work.
That would be cool.
I mean, I kind of blundered into this, but maybe it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it seems to solve all of Black's problems.
Yeah, at least the bishop on f1 now is always takes a long time to get back in the game.
Yeah, this looks fine, no?
Mm-hmm.
So much class.
Queen c2 has happened in Maxim
Of course.
game.
Or as he would say, bien sûr.
Bien
How's your French,
entendu.
Lawrence?
Sorry?
How's your French? It's pretty good?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, we predict.
Long castle, by the way, just like David was suggesting a long time ago.
Of course.
Oh, we've predicted the last few moves.
We've actually predicted most of it, haven't we, today?
We predicted h5, ed4, queen d4, queen g4, queen d1, bishop g4, and long castles.
Yeah.
D4, we did not predict.
It's as if we should all be playing in this tournament or something, yeah.
I know.
Well, both you guys got close, no? Magnus was one tiebreak away, David one game away, Lawrence and I, you know, a little further.
Yeah,
Well, I declined my invitation to the Grand Swiss,
Quite
so I was very close. So,
Oh, that's true. Lawrence did decline his invitation to the Grand Swiss, so did I.
Yeah.
So we were also like one tournament away.
You guys are so selfless, you know, giving other people the chance to
yeah.
That's right.
qualify.
So D4. So we just need to consolidate here.
Knight c7 looks.
Knight c7 is screaming out to be played.
I'm reading Compy says 1.5 for MVL. That's a lot.
Obviously, you don't need compy to understand that.
But 1.5 isn't forced mate, Lawrence. So.
No, but it's winning.
It means there are matrix on the horizon.
Yeah. It's not that surprising.
1.5 here is huge.
After rook h8.
I don't know how, but this is, again, this is where Leela or Alpha Zero really would excel compared to your average engine, you know? I feel.
I feel like
Do you
it's
agree?
more like 1.25.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I feel like it's more like 1.25 than 1.5.
Have you fired up an engine?
No, it's just that winning the game for Maxim sort of gives you 1.25 points because you get the tie breaks in your favor.
Oh, that's an excellent point. That's what Peter kept trying to explain, that if you win the heads up, it's worth more than a point.
A4 just played. David Howe's suggestion.
Cool as a French cucumber, huh?
Cool as a French cucumber. Yes.
I mean, it's also logical for white, right? Just every move.
I love this move. This is great.
I would try King E8 followed by short castles.
French school of Jesus.
Genius.
Why isn't this just winning for white strategically?
It probably is, right?
Like we put the bishop on A3 and then ram Freddy up the board.
Might not even need Freddy. I mean, how's black even going to survive if the bishop gets to A3?
Apologies to those at home that are playing the popular drinking game. Have a shot whenever Lawrence says ram Freddy up the board. You must be pretty wasted at this point.
I know we're having a bit of fun here, but I am deadly serious when I say intuitively, even maybe more so after C4, felt very bad for black. The more I looked at it.
I gotta say, I'm not there. I feel like black was sort of okay.
Do you still feel like he's okay?
I feel like now he's lacking a plan, simply.
Okay.
Now it's at the very least much easier to play as white. But I do feel as though back to move, let's say move 16, 17, that I do have the feeling that black is okay in some way. At least practically speaking.
King E8 played.
But I think he's just played too hesitantly here. You said hesitatingly. Yeah, I think now white is just better, but it's not easy still.
Of course, and Jan is very resilient Very resourceful player. So
Bishop c1, is black going to take the a4 pawn?
I would assume so. I don't see.
Probably have to, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything else that makes any sense.
So bishop c1, take b1.
Yeah, queen a4.
Queen b7, do we kick it immediately with...
Yeah, I guess king d8.
Yeah, there's no follow-up.
yeah, I don't like this somehow.
Yeah, okay, so maybe not bishop c1.
What if you play rook b6 and rook a1 like a boss?
So deep.
Like a boss man. Yeah, because now...
But now black's getting organized, right? Just king d7, rook b8.
Bishops. No, but I'm always going queen h7.
Queen h7, yeah. Still tricky.
Because now when I play bishop a3 at the right moment, a4 is never on pre.
Yeah. Still no plan.
Doesn't look great.
Yeah.
But there is no clear plan for white either.
Yeah, there is.
Bishop
Bishop
c1,
c1,
bishop
bishop
a3.
a3.
Okay, let's say king d7.
Okay, bishop
Bishop
c1.
c1, knight c6.
Okay. Freddy? Freddy 4?
Ram it up the board.
Freddy to Freddy 4?
Yeah, knight c8 maybe.
Wow.
Bishop a3.
Bishop a3? Yeah, let's put the bishop
Yeah,
there first.
knight d7. I'm not saying it's not ugly, but what are you supposed to...
Some knight
Rook,
g3.
rook b1.
Maybe g4. Or rook b1. Can
rook
we go
b1 then?
g4? Is that ridiculous? Rook b1. Okay.
Rook b1, rook b8.
Can I take everything? Take b8, take e7, queen h7.
Yeah. I like it. Unless he's taking on a4.
I mean, yeah.
The knight on e2 is really good for...
Yeah, I just put the king on f2 and...
Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah, knight c6, probably king f2.
Yeah. Avoid all your tricks.
Yeah, white is probably faster here.
Yeah, that h pawn is gonna queen.
Yeah.
Looks bad. Looks really bad. I mean, I'm not saying that's the right way to play takes in rook a1.
You're not? Stockfish is.
Yeah, right.
But
Are
it
you?
looks-
I don't know if you're trolling or not. So I was just being. dead
Yeah,
serious.
no worries. No, the chat is saying it's the first computer line, so you're keeping on fire.
I mean, it's just
Too strong.
I
Look at
do.
That GM
I do
title,
wonder
Lawrence.
sometimes. It's amazing, isn't it? It's just amazing. It's just sick.
England needs a new GM, so...
Imagine just being able to play these moves.
So, Lawrence, maybe in a way, even though it's sad news, I think for most of us, the chess Olympiad has been postponed to 2021. But
Yeah.
will that give the ECF time to recognize they just need you on the team? It might have been too late for this year.
We are looking for a cheerleader, so...
Yeah.
ECF, if you're watching this.
He's gone
They
rook
are, actually.
b4.
Rook b4. Also very logical, by the way.
Wow.
It's deep.
Sorry, this keeps jumping. One second. We're there. In a minute. Here we are. Rook
So
b4.
the idea is
Like c6, are you going rook
now
b1?
I was really starting to warm up to the idea of takes and rook a1. It all looks very, very nice and logical.
No, this is what he wants. He's a genius. He wants knight c6, rook b6, knight b6, and then when we go rook a1, we get in f4, f5 a lot easier.
Yeah, Freddy's coming.
This is his genius plan. Sorry?
It's all about Freddy.
Yeah. F4, F5, knight F4 is just game over.
Who are your favorite Freddies, Lawrence? Like
Flintoff.
Mercury, Prince Jr. Who else is on that list?
Flintstone,
Kruger.
Mercury. Kruger is probably my number one.
Yeah, it's looking bad for black.
By the way, he's not going to go full sicko, is he? And knight c6, rook fb1.
Yeah, it's a question.
It's actually quite a serious question, no?
Is it though?
Yeah. Why is it not?
I mean, it's unnecessary, but it's a question.
It's not necessary, but it's really not stupid.
I agree with the really not stupid part if you just drop the knot.
Okay.
Why?
Seriously though, white is probably not worse here.
Yeah,
If black takes, you mean?
Yeah, take, you get bishop
exactly.
b5,
Get the
bishop
bishops.
d4.
Exactly.
Knight c3.
Bishop a5s are there. Knight
Yeah.
goes to c3.
Probably this is also very difficult for black, at least from a practical point of view.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Knowing Maxime, I mean,
Actually, he might just do that, knowing Maxime.
if he plays rook b4, he's not going to take b6, maybe.
No, I think he understands that.
Yeah, but it could be that he's just trying to induce knight c6 to go out.
Exactly.
I wouldn't rule it out. One thing is before that he's showing a lot of talent.
Rook b4 is really next level talent, in my opinion.
Maybe it's too much talent.
That gets you into the England team.
Sorry?
There's the kind of move that gets you into the England team.
Yeah.
And the kind of move that gets you kicked out of the CCC.
Yeah, we don't. In general, we don't like this position for either side all that much.
King f7, Wang Hao. That was the idea.
Was it?
Wow, that's so deep. Just protects the bishop.
Makes sense, right? Centralize the king in, well, it's kind of an endgame.
Love it.
Knight c3. Does black want to go bishop e6? I have to.
Bishop f3, bishop c4, you win somehow, yeah?
Well, feels like something should. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Wow.
Just so
I just
see
can't
it.
play just like this.
Can you go king g6 last move? Is that too much? Sorry. Okay, king e8's clearly more sensible.
But this is also...
Takes rook g1. Oh no, all looks dangerous.
King on h5.
If it works, it works. What about Ding? Well, I mean, he's going for it.
That one's changed. B4.
Ding has decided enough is enough, and he's going for it. Wow. What is this?
Yeah, it would take me a long time to come up with a move like b4, I must admit.
I don't actually get it.
I don't get it either, to be honest.
I don't actually understand it. So what's the idea?
I have no clue, just staring at
Where's Magnus? That's why we've got him on here.
I mean, he's left at the worst possible moment for us. He'd help. I mean,
he's there.
I mean, also, what was happening after queen takes a7 last move?
I guess...
I mean, it must be rook a8, right? Or unless he wants to go d4 and just d4 and gambit a couple of pawns.
Yeah, why didn't
I
he
think
take
he
on
just wants to
d7?
go queen c7 after queen a7.
Okay. And d4 next.
You guys can hear me, but you cannot see me, right?
Yep.
I mean, my system seems to fail quite a bit. I don't understand why. Okay.
It's like that old saying, children should be seen and not heard.
Yeah. I really thought about it, but I didn't want to say it.
Sorry, I had to.
No, but it hits us especially hard in your case because you're a part-time model, so we kind of need to see you too.
I know.
So I guess the difference after b4 is that after cb4, queen a7, there's no queen c7.
Maxime, by the way, he's just going f4.
I love it.
Ah,
I
Lawrence.
absolutely love it.
You're in heaven, Lawrence.
He understands. Look, he's just a much more talented version.
Maybe he did this Jonathan Rowson thing, like talk to your pieces. Yeah, chat with Fredo. Fredo said, "I'm smart. I can do things." There he comes.
I think it sounds very weird in French, though.
Maybe this is just already over, yeah?
I mean, what else can black do other than take the rook?
Exactly. If you go
Knight.
knight c6.
Knight
Huh?
e7 is a bit... Just might as well resign.
If he goes knight e7 here, he might as well just
Go home.
go home, yeah.
Knight b4, cb4.
Okay, knight
Bishop
b4,
c5, by the
cb4.
way, for those who are just joining the broadcast, that black cannot castle.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Even if he could, maybe it's still... Actually, maybe not. Yeah.
It's very important. It's like the Berlin. Sometimes these positions don't look so bad because you have this optical illusion that you can castle away.
I mean, queen a6, f5 just looks huge.
Why? No, but why even f5?
Or b4, yeah.
Just
Oh, b5,
b5.
sorry. Yeah, b5.
So after b5, queen c8, do you just play f5 then? Or do you put the... Because bishop b4, ace...
No, you just gotta go f5 while you have a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop b4, it's not as if you need to stop black castling. So.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, of course, the idea being that if black ever goes a6, you just ignore it, and a b5, you go a5.
Yeah.
Wow, some deep understanding.
Yeah. And then the knight comes to f4, and... Yeah, Misha would win this with white.
Misha trans.
Yeah.
But also might just be game over, no? Like, what do you even do?
I just think it's losing. I reckon if you fired this up on Alpha Zero after C4, it says white's probability of winning is like 80%. That's my thoughts. I'll message Demis and get him to fire it up.
Is he your boy?
He is my boy. Shout out. He's not watching because like we're in the middle of a global crisis and he's trying to save the world. But shout out to my boy, Demis Hassabis from Google DeepMind.
Yeah.
He's also Magnus's boy. They played Hand and Brain together in London, right, Magnus?
No, it's not hand and brain, it's tandem chess.
Oh, sorry, Tandem. Sorry, Tandem. And he's a very good chess player, very competitive. We also played a little card game. Well, you played.
You were the dealer, Lawrence.
I was the dealer. I couldn't face losing chunks to Magnus. And it was fun. We should do that again, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
Magnus just wants to win some more money. So.
I think he just wants to win.
Win your money, Lawrence.
I'm not sure he's interested in winning £5. This just looks completely toast for black.
I mean, it could be like the other day. I mean, upon Nepo, he won the exchange against Alexenko as well. And I mean, positionally he was almost busted there and could happen again today.
This one looks worse, no? Like
This one looks way worse.
But do you know the
FE6.
thing, the problem I have, the biggest problem I have with this game today is the fact that I feel like you really have to take into mind and take into account who you're playing, right? And there's so much feel-good EV in this position as white, right? Like, how can you sit there and choose an opening which you know your opponent's going to enjoy playing? Or a position that you know your opponent's going to feel good in? Surely that defeats the whole purpose, right?
that's just what he prepared for the candidates. No, like I don't think it's so much playing the man or the tournament situation here. And also, it's not like he has a super safe choice. No, like the Najdorf, of course, he's also playing on MVL's territory, which is the other main opening. His E4, E5s, his Jocko pianos from the black side haven't looked super impressive. So if he's prepared that, I don't think he's just trying to be funky. I think it's just...
But if you're going to prepare something, why that? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you've got the Najdorf, you've got all of your, you know, dynamic, whatever positions that you can get there. If you're going to prepare something else, why prepare the French? Why not prepare an Archangel? Or why not prepare some, I don't know.
He just wants to fight.
Yeah, I understand, but he's had two positions completely busto in the French. That's what I don't get.
Well, but that has more been the case of that he's misplayed it in the middle game. I think from both games, his position from the opening has not been too bad. But obviously, they're difficult to play.
That's what I mean, right? The actual pragmatic value.
It feels like they're also difficult to play as well.
Yes, exactly.
Style-wise, you rarely get the initiative from the black side, at least at an early stage. And I mean, it strikes me that Jan, I mean, he thrives on positions where he gets the initiative or something. I mean, especially when there's not too much risk in a position, he can kind of just play with the flow. And I don't know. I mean, still a strange decision, I think.
He played 97.
Wow.
I mean,
Night before looked so bad. No, it's
okay.
sad but necessary.
Now
about F5.
So unnecessary.
No, he's not going to go F5.
What are you going to do after knight takes F5?
Yeah, I'm just going to take it. Take knight F4.
Wow. It's too deep.
It's probably too much. Rook B4, Queen B6, something like that. Even here, Bishop C3, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, never going to happen there, surely.
What if you just go knight G3 like a Neanderthal?
I'm guessing he wants F5.
I did miss that, I have to say. Okay, so I take it, I guess.
Knight F6?
Yeah.
This doesn't look so bad.
Maybe Freddie wants to be back on F2.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we just continue firing Freddie? No? Still looks dangerous.
You gotta build the bathtub. This is a typical bathtub situation. You want to go G4.
Yes, I also like G4.
If F5 again? It's not an easy decision for white, at least.
Knight G3.
Castle?
Here we go.
Rook F8.
Yeah, Rook F8 is good.
Yeah, Rook F8.
Rook F8 is a problem. No, this is a problem. You don't want this.
Yeah, I agree. Hanging around.
I don't buy it. I cannot buy it. What was wrong with knight G3, F5, EF6, knight F6, F5? Just humor me, please.
take on b4, I guess.
Okay, we take.
6.
Maybe 6.
Okay, so
He's played rook fb1 and f5 was blitzed out, by the way.
wow.
I mean, f5 is Jan's only way of
Mm-hmm.
kind of long-term trying to stabilize, right? So
What's going on here? Is he back in business?
I definitely want Freddie back on f2 so I can use that f4 square for the knight.
Yeah, f4 might have been overzealous.
Yeah, that's why Lawrence is rook fb1 first. You trick black to give up that knight on b4, and then
I love it.
later you punt f4, f5.
Actually, yeah.
Superior understanding.
I actually thought he was going to go rook fb1 there. It did feel like the more natural move, no? Because psychologically, it's also very difficult not to play knight 6 b4 here.
Yeah. You did make it look very good, to be fair.
No, I just played completely standard moves. I didn't make anything look good.
Okay, but f4 also looks very tempting, no? After knight c6, it's not like it's a massive surprise.
Just, I'm just asking a question, like f4, why was that f5 on the...
Because there's somewhere it's in
Yeah.
check or not?
Well, check. Then you get king f8, knight f97 with the tempo. Maybe his point was f5 immediately, but...
Can you take b6 at some point just to get bishop c? Oh no, it doesn't really. Bishop round to a3 doesn't really help much now that the c pawn's gone.
Nah, I mean, I feel like without the pawn on e5, your black is just doing well strategically. So you have to act fast.
If you don't take en passant, then it's suddenly hard to find a
Yeah, I
Either
guess
way round.
g4 is the same story we had here. Knight e7, knight g3, rook f8, that kind of business.
There doesn't seem to be a knockout there, no.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit frustrated here after
Is it-
f5 as MVL.
Is it time to bring the bishop round to a3? Kind of leave g4 in reserve for later. Like what's happened? So rook fb1 was played, yeah, and then f5.
Then f5, so bishop a3 now, huh?
So
No,
like
bishop c1.
bishop c1 or something.
Looks so much better for black than 3 moves.
Yeah,
Right? You
I
have
mean,
a square
it's-
on f7, g6 is there.
Really does.
Yeah, it's definitely a concession to allow this f5. Massive concession.
Yeah.
Still better for white.
Still better for white, but
Yeah. And if we did play en passant, this,
Okay.
instead of bishop c1,
takes.
you take with the knight, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Can I go f5? Is that too?
Wow.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just punting.
Knight f5,
Knight f.
Knight f4.
king f7.
And you don't care about knight e6.
Well, I'm gonna take it.
You block on e4, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Knight g6 round to e5, I don't know. That's too slow.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's gonna cut it.
Unless we do. Oh, sorry.
f5, e5 is also crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's true. I wanted to play bishop f4 or something, but somehow it's not. Doesn't look too convincing.
Nuts.
Doesn't? I like it.
Oh wow.
b4.
Sorry?
Take b4.
Yeah.
CB.
No. So rook takes, no?
King f7.
Still treacherous.
Maybe it's still not.
Rook b7.
b7. Queen
Knight
f5 in the air.
Knight e4.
Ah, 94.
94. Knight to G3 maybe.
Okay, yeah, maybe the initiative still continues.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
He's played-
A6.
He's gone Rook B5.
Rook B5. Okay.
He's gone Rook B5, and I'll be back in 5.
Okay.
See ya.
Rook B5. So I guess taking.
Queen A6.
So let's try and explain how you count the value of the pieces, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
What is 1?
pawn B1,
Yeah.
knight B3, bishop B3, and rook B5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's
I should have
next
I
level.
wish I knew that one when I was a
booked up
kid.
on my puns before
Yeah,
the show.
So he's going to move the queen, right? Yes. Right.
B6
Looks like.
is on the board.
Yeah. Queen A6.
And now
You gotta feel
Dave-
that bishop C1 is the idea.
bishop c1 has to be the move, right?
So I feel like he wants to get to the knight on E7, probably just take it and then go G4.
Yes.
Yeah.
All things open. So there
Agreed.
is serious strategic danger for black still.
Still looks bad.
I wouldn't say it necessarily looks bad. I'm just saying that it's not like black can just rest on his laurels.
On his
No.
Lawrence.
Yeah, I didn't really.
So if King F7,
King F7, Bishop A3,
Rook B8, Rook H B8.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's,
Yeah, now I just wanted to take an E7.
Just take.
yeah.
Take and
Bishop.
G4.
And if takes, we're just entering, right?
Yeah, I think Queen H7 or Queen G6.
And if King F8,
Pretty good.
F5.
You could even take all the rooks at some point.
Yeah.
EF.
EF,
can
Queen
just take.
F5. This is
Yeah,
crushed.
Yeah, or just E6.
Yeah, once you cannot hold F5, then the position crumbles.
Mm-hmm.
Should black ever play G6 and HG, H5?
Mm-hmm.
What does he want to do? G6
I mean,
here.
it feels too slow at some point, but just eventually to play H5 as black. Nah, I mean,
I don't get it. Sorry, what's the idea? G6 immediately.
Yeah, G6 and
HG6, H5, but nah.
probably you can actually take him back on G6, huh? Because G4, 97.
97.
Too.
Bishop H3 though? No.
Bishop A3.
Oh, Rook G8, yeah.
Oh, some counterplay.
Not really though. Let's say Bishop D6. Or
Yeah,
Bishop
not really.
C5 maybe. Bishop C5.
I was thinking of this move. Because we then have future squares. And knight H4 is nothing.
H4 is always met by G3.
Yeah.
Knight
He
H3.
played King F7. Okay.
So Bishop A3,
Yeah, Bishop A3 insta move.
it's too grammable. I mean, it still looks...
Maybe he wants to wait for Bishop A3 so he can take on B5.
Okay.
And then we have to take with the rook and go rook B8.
That
That's
wasn't
not-
even close to 5, Jan.
He hasn't got his headphones in yet.
Nah.
Is that what he wants?
So, but does this make a huge difference if I, say, take on E7?
And take out on B8 and just,
And
it's
G4.
still enough. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it seems crushing.
just G4. Doesn't even matter if we've got little
I mean,
material.
Looks
This
like
is
black's
just-
whole king side is falling.
F5.
5.
This
Yeah,
is
just
carnage.
EF. It's not-
take it back.
Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, ugly.
King
Ugly,
G8,
ugly.
E6, something like that.
Queen B7.
Queen F.
Knight F4. Yeah, you win.
Knight F4.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless black has some miracle perpetual, but doubt it.
Yeah. Nah. Bad news, in my opinion.
What,
I'm
the Jan's
sticking
back?
by my guns. Jan is here. He's just getting sorted out. Let's go over to Fabi, because we did have a couple of moves.
So he has
And
C4, like David was suggesting a long time ago.
yeah, he played C4.
Similar position.
Mm-hmm. And
Makes sense, though.
Makes a lot of sense.
Takes H7.
I'm guessing that in case of bishop f3, he had some tactics, like knight f5 maybe.
Okay.
uh-huh. But C4 looks very good, no? What did you say, David? Bishop takes H7.
Takes H7. I mean,
Wow.
I doubt it. I mean, it's just bishop takes
no?
f3.
Okay.
Bishop f3. Nothing special, huh?
Yeah.
He played bishop f1. This is probably more
But
to the
bishop
point.
f1, d5, you need something concrete. Otherwise, black is just.
There's a real danger that white could be worse strategically.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f5, just bishop c5.
Yeah, that looks awesome. So bishop h3 maybe? We're just gonna chop that pawn on f3 and be pretty happy.
Yeah.
Wow. Fabi in danger?
We're loving the hot takes, huh? So how about
I have faith.
b5, a4?
a6.
a6 at least, then we have some air for
The king.
the king, huh?
Yeah. But, I mean, is that a crucial factor?
So let's say take on b5, take knight f5, bishop c5, rook e5.
Okay.
Yeah, still some activity here.
Can I take?
You can take on
Three.
f6. Here, white is not worse.
Yeah.
No, not that move.
All right, rook
e6.
e5.
Just take the pawn?
Yeah.
This looks like it could fizzle, yeah, somehow.
Yeah, this looks fizzly.
Yeah, but
Could black also play bishop e6 here in the game position?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he's thinking about? I'm worried that I'll run into some rook takes e6, but doesn't look like any immediate.
bishop e6.
Just because I want to kind of cover f5. And I mean, if black swaps off all the rooks, then black's never worse. Or just one pair of
Very
rooks.
interesting that he's gone for bishop f1, seeing that bishop h7 looks at the very least safe, and this is not safe.
Bishop e6. That could be a great move.
Maybe white
Just
plays
stopping
a4.
all of white's play. And now you just want to change the rooks, huh? And just.
I mean, one pair of rooks gone, and white's tactics will never work. Yeah, and then strategically, black's never really in trouble. Maybe white plays a4. I don't know if that c4 pawns are a bit weak long term.
He played b5.
Okay, that's more natural, yeah.
But it does give white these squares.
Okay, and a4 immediately.
A4
back
immediately.
We're guessing some moves, huh?
Yeah, finally.
We've done okay today, I think, so far.
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, yeah, that's not to say they're good moves. But...
What about Ding? Sorry, we
Yeah,
have to
some
go
stuff's
there.
happening over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I know we've ignored the Giri game, but it's
Geary's actually
kind of quiet. But we've had real action here. So we last saw it here,
Yeah.
B4.
Before Jan left, we saw it.
They're really playing like two people who have little to play for in the tournament, right? Just throwing everything at each other.
Yeah, CB4, Queen A7, and now Knight E4, Queen B6.
And black to play. Knight C3 comes to mind.
Hard to see what else, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Alexenko's been thinking for a bit, I think. But yeah, he's just played Knight C3, Rook E1.
Knight C3,
Rook E1, and it's going to take on C4 probably.
Yeah.
But this actually looks quite dangerous for white, no?
Just looks like chaos.
But
Knight somewhere.
I've been thinking about this during my absence, and by thinking, I mean reading the computer line. It says A3, Knight E2, Rook E2, Bishop F3, Rook E6, and I don't know, black is slightly better.
wow.
Queen G5.
This whole line with Queen A4, then this B4, it just felt like Ding is. It's like you said, Lawrence. He's just going for it, but
He's on tilt though, isn't he?
all control has just been lost.
Yeah, he's on tilt. He's on monster tilt. This is not a Ding that I have seen before.
What dings have you seen?
I've seen lekker Dings. Shout out to all my
doesn't ring a
Dutchies.
bell.
All my Dutchies will appreciate that.
We all Dutch boys.
Yeah. Dutchies in chat are going to go berserk.
Like who, Mr. Dutchy?
Hey, very good.
Wow, Mr. Dodgy, you can now
Yeah, shout out to him. He wrote a very nice
complete
tweet.
your bucket list. Shout out from the world chess champion. What else is there?
Oh, talking about shout outs, I want to actually.
It was only to get the pun. Yeah,
Still counts. Still counts. He'll count it.
I want to make a special shout out. This is actually me being serious for a few minutes to Mr. Martin Pettinger, whose partner Ruth, after suffering a very serious incident, is back home, and her boys have asked us to give her a mention on the broadcast. So, hello, Ruth. I'm really glad that you're enjoying the commentary. And Ruth apparently is rooting for MVL today. Well, you've picked a good day to root for the Frenchman because, he's got a very nice position. And just, great to hear you're back home and on the road to recovery. And thanks for tuning in and enjoying.
It's really good to hear. And she's rooting for MVL, and we're rooting for her.
He's rooting for MVL.
I'm very surprised she's rooting for MVL because MVL is ruthless.
Yeah.
Is he though?
Okay, sorry. glad you're doing okay. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe not that ruthless today, yeah? Allowing this F5 King of 7?
It could be that he just feels like F5 doesn't work. He's going to get Bishop A3 in time and just crush with G4. Maybe he just has understood everything better than we have. He's just on a different French planet than we are.
Yeah, maybe his whole plan was to push Gary instead of Freddie after all. Gary's going to be the one who's going to do the crushing. But,
why is the G pawn called Gary, not Giri?
Giri only pursued to G3.
That's how we do it.
Sorry. I just got informed by a very dear friend of ours who, I'm not sure if we're able to reveal now, Jan, another special guest who's going to be joining us.
Sure, please reveal.
The one and only Tanya Sachdev.
Wow.
Finally
a hen.
Finally a hen. Yeah, we're excited about having Tanya on the show. She has messaged me from chat, because I'm not reading chat.
Of course not.
Snapshot.
You've told me you hate the chat and you will never read it. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm not reading chat at the moment. And I have a screenshot here from Jam Snacker. A mute Lawrence button would win a Nobel Peace Prize. Fair play. That's brilliant. That's fantastic. Shout out to Jam Snacker. You are...
I have to say two things. First of all, I have to give you, Lawrence, credit, and you know I don't enjoy doing that, for both getting David and Tanya on this show, because it turns out that you have a wide network. And we had a short chat with Tanya yesterday. And if you think Magnus is mean to Lawrence, you have not seen Tanya in action. I enjoyed that chat so much. That was fantastic. So I'm really, really excited. Right.
It'd be great to have Tanya here.
I'm an amateur.
David is still being polite, but you're...
I'm trying my best. It's been hard.
Yeah, you'll get there.
But I know that Lawrence is a masochist, and he wants these. He wants these comments.
That's why we're all very comfortable doing this.
Yeah, so I'm refraining. You know, I don't want to give him what he wants.
That's right.
It's like a Joker Batman situation.
Exactly.
He took on E7, the Frenchman, and allez, G4, allez le bleu. Here we go, baby. The Frenchies must be going nuts on the French channel.
What happens if Rook F8 here?
Don't rain on the parade, David.
Sorry. I mean,
G3?
I'm sure Maxime's crushing. Now can I take on G4? You going F5?
F5 anyway?
You have to take on G4.
Yeah, true.
F5 still looks awful.
Yeah, but I'm not dead yet.
No, you're not.
It's hard to find a move though. Do I take B5? I don't know.
Yeah, you can take B5, Rook B5.
Yeah.
Still looks bad, huh?
Looks very bad, but we fight. Knight B6, yeah. Unless you have some F6 check. No.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
FE, Queen A4.
What was wrong with F6?
Knight F5 check, maybe. That's pretty good.
Oh, wow.
King E6, Rook B6, Rook F5, Queen F5 wins.
Yes, looks like you're right.
I'm here for the tactics. You know?
Talking about you and tactics, Magnus, how about we talk about your Tactics Frenzy app?
Yeah. Do we have any discounts as well?
Sorry?
Whether we have any discounts?
We do. We have a discount for Tactics Frenzy. I think our producer will put it on the screen. It's now available for Android. And if you want to improve your tactics, get it, basically. If you want to learn how to calculate like the world champion, get it. And it's actually pretty tricky. Like, they're not trivial at all when you get through the levels. It actually is good.
As mentioned before, I really enjoy the trivial ones. I recommend the beginner's course, or the beginner's level. It's so much more fun than sitting there having to solve the hard ones.
Yeah,
I agree with Jan, but
great strategy, Jan, for improvement.
There you go. Hashtag adult improver.
And also, while you're there, while you're in the app store, get the Magnus Trainer, which is more general training, 50% off. They're practically giving it away. We are living in tough times.
So here's a question for Magnus. On the Play Magnus app, what age can you beat? Like, what's the maximum you've got?
beat regularly?
Yeah, beat regularly.
Then it's probably like 15.
Okay, because I've tried and it's bloody hard.
It is.
Yeah,
it's pretty tough.
Yeah, well, that's a fun app though. Should all get that one too.
Maybe if we go back to, yeah, let's just take on b5.
In Jan's game.
Yeah,
After g4.
yeah. Let's just take it. AB, rook b5, gf5,
Mm-hmm.
and now take b1 and go queen b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is annoying.
Queen c2.
Oh, yeah, queen b3. I guess.
I want to
Ah, yeah. Ah, sorry. Just
Do we have to exchange all the
maybe
rooks?
f6 check then. Right. I mean, last move. Sorry, but okay.
Directly.
Yeah, this f6 check is.
Yeah,
It's nasty.
that didn't look that clear though.
I mean,
Did it?
maybe black doesn't have a perpetual.
No, there's no
Yeah.
perpetual.
King f2 is always pretty safe.
Yeah.
No? Just take it.
Each
Nasty.
pawn, Harry and Freddie. Decisive.
Okay, let's continue the line. Say fe.
Okay.
Fe.
Fe. Then we can go to f5 with the queen.
Knight f4.
Check on c2.
Yeah, this is not convincing.
Yeah.
Not one bit.
So, can we?
Queen g5 check maybe.
Are we fast enough? Just queen h8, h6. You know that you have everything.
Maybe.
Caveman.
Brute force. Yeah.
No.
Ed.
Love it.
Too much, huh?
Is it too
Queen-
much?
No,
Queen
this
d4.
guy is pretty
D2,
fast.
yeah.
Why not queen
Lose.
d4 last move
Yeah, queen d4 is also possible.
after d3 check?
E2.
Ah, forgot about d2.
d2. Cute.
d2.
Also queen b1 and d wins.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can take a7.
Yeah, okay, maybe. King d6 shouldn't be a perpetual though.
Yeah, true.
Is there any way? I see what we're doing here, but is there any way to keep a pair of rooks on? And because I learned from Julian Hodgson that
I think the short answer is no.
okay, I like short answers.
Rook f1.
Yeah, for example,
Rook f1, queen
b-
a3.
queen where?
Queen a3,
Okay, GF,
rook b2.
f6,
Yeah, take it.
queen h7.
Queen h7, king d8.
F5 doesn't work.
White's lost control. Like,
Losing control. It's kind of so close.
f5 is sick though.
I'm a sick human.
I'm starting to realize it, yeah.
Actually works, yeah.
I wouldn't go that far, but
what's the issue if rook takes e2?
yeah, rook e2.
Fe,
yeah,
queen
e7.
e7, I guess. Yeah.
queen e7.
And now if I...
You give
And
us
what's that ending? Rook f6 at the end, isn't that just fantastic?
But do I take e5 here?
Ah, you take on e5 first.
yeah, it's just winning for black.
Nearly, Lawrence. Nearly.
Close.
So close.
You got to look at such things. But by the way, is that over after queen e7? Can I be super sick? Queen g8 check?
Queen f8 though?
Queen f8.
Yeah, queen f8.
Maybe you have
Queen g4, queen g4, queen g4.
Rook e4.
Ah. Always one step. But even that's not...
You're showing a lot of talent.
Even that's not completely over, is it? Queen g6. Continue.
No, 95.
Yeah, D.
Rook E5.
Rook F6.
Doesn't matter. Queen C5.
You can play Rook G5 check first as well.
King F1.
Oh, no.
We go Queen G5. Ah, there's Rook F, Queen C5, yeah. And that is winning.
Here, there's also Rook G5.
Rook G5, E7.
Queen E7, Queen H6.
Well, I was thinking, yeah, we can go Queen H6 or Rook D6 first. Yeah, Queen H6 first, I like.
I think this is all forced. Yeah.
This is all forced.
Rook H5, I don't know.
Yeah.
Too much talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's way too much talent here.
Rook b5 GF has been played.
But this actually feels survivable.
Nah.
No?
There you have it. It's not survivable.
Sorry, you
it
felt
was
that
this
way.
line we were looking at before.
Yeah, with F6.
Mm-hmm.
We go here.
What?
Telling you.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That's out of my...
Dan's been juicing.
I've been
F5.
juicing for sure.
G6.
Yeah, Queen.
Ah, there's some Queen A3.
Also Queen C2.
Yeah.
No, Queen C2 is stupid.
Then Queen B3.
Yeah, it doesn't even threaten anything. Queen C2.
What about just Queen A3 followed by HG6?
Yeah.
King F2.
H2.
King
No, King H2 is better because you want to.
H2 is... Mm-hmm.
That's harder to check.
Mm-hmm.
Now Queen D6.
And no checks. Yeah, just in.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good. White.
Mm.
This E-pawn is finally doing its job.
What's the clock situation? They still have time, yeah, both of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, 36 minutes for Maxime, 25 for Nepomniachtchi. Move 31, so no time trouble looming, really.
Should we have a look at Giri Grishuk, because it's been moving very slowly. I mean, it's ridiculously. What move are we on? Like move 15 or something?
Come on, Lawrence. We've had at least 2 moves since we last checked in.
I mean,
About an hour ago.
move 18.
And Grishuk has 16 minutes, but more significantly, Anish, who usually plays quickly, more or less, is also down to 24 minutes.
Is White risking anything? Is he slowly kind of...
Isn't it going to be like some bishop c7 followed by d5 and mass exchanges one day?
If that's the best he's got.
Maybe even now, yeah?
Yeah, because, well, if he doesn't do it now, are we not just playing knight d5?
Yeah.
Probably has to do it.
Unless we start with rook e1.
d5 played immediately. Is that a pawn sacrifice?
Get him out of the CCC.
Yeah, that's not how we do it. Unless he's calculated he gets the pawn back, then it's okay.
It probably has.
He has, yes, some rook c1 check in the end, or how does this go?
So knight
let's take
d5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take 100 times.
Take.
Looks fine for black though, doesn't it? Rook d5. King runs to e6.
Looks like one of these Karakan Panov things. But
Great Vernon for black. No, this pawn is fast.
bishop c5
is there.
Okay.
Qui est milieu Et pourquoi?
Who's better and why?
Perfect French.
Was that actually correct? Because I just freestyled
Perfect
it.
French, actually.
Thanks, man. By the way, we basically got all the moves in the FIDE game.
Yeah.
Just all the moves. We had this, no, on the board. And we just said liquidation nation.
Yeah. I don't see any reason why we would change our minds. Like rook b5 doesn't even threaten rook b7, so we can just go like rook f2, attacking 2 pawns at once. Knight d4, then bishop e4 renews the threat. There are just no worries whatsoever here, as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Should Fabi have any worries?
Fabi's a cool customer. Doesn't worry about much, has to be said.
What's Fabi's biggest worries in life?
I really don't know, actually. He's not a warrior. He's a very, kind of guy. Doesn't worry. Who's the biggest warrior?
To me, like the kind of guy whose only worry is whether he wants to get laid or he wants to get paid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. That's strong.
Probably not wrong there.
Probably not wrong.
Yeah.
Um,
Like rook f2, maybe he wants h4.
Yeah, that looks pretty safe.
Just to continue that line. And let's say c3, yeah. Rook c2, knight d4 probably blunders, so. So let's say c3 and you can shake hands pretty soon. Or bump elbows.
Disappointing that you're coming back to shaking hands.
And Grishuk has actually just gone rook c8.
Here we go. Anish, this is what we've discussed in the meetings. Often we're so eager to simplify to an endgame that sometimes we do it even when our opponent's king is too centralized for it. Should Anish be worried here? I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah.
Just bishop e3 if he wants to be safe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Still worried. Bishop f6.
Just take an a7. No worries.
That's why you guys aren't members of the CCC. Not enough worries. So it's equal. What's the verdict?
Look in or?
Yeah, rook c2 looks equal.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really see White losing this one or winning it.
I'd be very worried with White. King is passive.
Probably go rook a6. No, actually, maybe you can't force a draw. I was going to say rook a7, but black just gambits that corner.
Attack!
Yeah.
Yeah, king e4. Or g4.
Maybe king g4. Yeah, let's give another one.
Okay. Bishop e3.
Take.
King h3.
Ha!
Wow, that's beautiful.
Very nice.
Is
that it? That's it?
Nah, g5. Maybe last move rook f5.
Rook f5. Oh.
So lucky.
G6.
All
rook
under
D4.
control.
Rook d5. Rook. No, d5.
Rook d5.
Rook
yeah.
D5, yeah.
Oh, rook d5.
And
Yeah, it's not easy to make a draw spark.
d4. Who needs pawns?
Can I? No, I can't do that.
So
Oh yeah, I take on h5. No?
take on
Yeah,
h5, check on
rook
h4.
Check.
check, and check.
Yeah.
No.
Check on f4 and I take on d4.
Getting a little out of control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Wasn't the time to sacrifice 4 points for the initiative. Still worried.
Okay, Ding's game's been changing a lot. Lots of pieces come off the board.
Yeah, it's been exchanging a lot. But are there any real worries for black here?
Surely not.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to end up in 3 against 2.
Can white even get there?
Yeah, let's say bishop g2.
Okay, yeah.
Rook f8 still on the move.
Mm-hmm.
And rook e5.
Rook b8. Okay, then it's 3 versus 2.
Yeah.
But 3 versus 2 with 2 rooks on makes a bit of a difference, no?
But you'll get one pair of rooks off quite easily. Yeah? Rook d5, rook b4,
okay.
rook c5. Oh no.
I see.
Or maybe not.
Just doing this.
Rook
Oh.
b2 is.
Yeah, there's rook b2 as well.
Yeah. So maybe white can't even get red.
Yeah, won't satisfy Ding unduly. Let's draw.
What about Jan? He just played queen b6.
Becoming very, very concrete. It does look awful, but is it as bad as it's been?
Is it as bad as it looks? So let's do the obvious. So we take on f5. Check.
Knight or queen? Knight, yeah.
A knight. Because
Where do we go?
How about
King
queen
e6?
e6?
So I'm going to take on g7,
Yeah, king f7.
and I
Queen
walked
H.
into queen h7, knight f8, obviously.
Yeah, maybe e6 though.
But that's not the end, yeah?
e6 directly.
e7.
Queen g6,
Oh, queen g6.
queen
Not a tempting choice.
Taken.
queen e8.
No checks.
We'll take on d7 and
Or you can just
Shouldn't we
take
professionally take here first?
yeah. Lots of professional moves.
h6.
h6 is very professional, controlling b1.
I would say so.
All moves are quite professional there.
So knight takes f5.
King f8.
Okay. So this is where we need to be very precise.
Over to you.
Queen a1 maybe.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Other than queen e6. I don't know.
Yeah, and knight e3.
Yeah, queen h3.
Queen h3.
Ah, queen h3.
But then
Just
you
not.
can g2.
Yeah, knight g2, just laugh.
Completely missed all of this. Yeah?
Black's knight's pretty bad.
Can I go here? Looks nice too.
Yeah.
You like the arrows, huh?
I do.
How do you like the arrows? Isn't that a movie quote?
It's Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah,
And
queen.
Anish has gone bishop e3, like a proper CCP member.
Still worried.
Or what am I talking about? There's nothing CCC about it. He's allowing bishop f6.
Still very worried.
Do we actually have to be worried here?
Surely not.
Might be a draw, but I'm worried.
Derek, the D pawn, might just.
It's Delroy.
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 According to Jonathan Rowson, at least.
What do you do?
Rook a4 and beg for a draw.
I like it.
Rook b2. Yeah.
King somewhere. Or H. I don't know if we need, king g2.
Yeah, we're not really getting g5, g4, I think.
G5, I'll play h3, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a4 is nice.
I mean, it's not fun. It's not very aggressive. Ambitious,
Exactly.
but
You can be a guest speaker.
thank you.
What else? Knight f5, king f8 on the board in MBL versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I think queen a1 is just the most natural move.
Yeah, well, I quite like Jan's queen d1.
Just to keep some control on the king side. Yeah, also makes tons of sense. Has to be winning, no?
There's quite a lot of margin for error though now, surely.
Really?
How's the Russian school of suffering, Magnus? Is Jan good at this stuff?
Yeah. Okay, but he's very good tactically, so
Right.
they both are. So I would say they're pretty good at such positions. Hal is just on c3 immediately without rook f2. He's really not messing around. By the way, yeah, I'm not suggesting we necessarily go there. I just want to.
I like it though, actually. I think it's good.
It's hoping for b4.
That would be a shocker.
We've seen shockers before. Yeah, no more puns.
It's nice.
I like it.
So he's got to do something like knight,
Like d4.
or yeah.
CB?
Yeah.
Draw.
Draw. Okay. Fabi, not really. I don't know.
It's not setting the world on fire, that's for sure.
No. He's been awesome with black, but with white. Oh,
He did lose
no.
with black.
No, he lost that game against Ding, but
Yeah.
if he was
He's had good
really
openings.
tuned
but-
in.
Yeah, he's had good openings to black, but he hasn't.
Yeah.
It does look like we'll see a handshake soon, I think, in Ding against Alexenko.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think White can even get 3 versus 2 in that rook endgame. So, well,
David, have you been impressed with anybody's prep in this tournament? Anything that stood out for you?
I mean, I guess Nepo with White has been pretty good.
Been very on point, yeah, it's true.
I mean,
and Marshall.
Yeah, like no risk positions where he's had some chance to push, and it looks quite deep what he's been doing with White. But I would have said Fabi a few rounds ago, but I mean, nothing amazing stood out, I guess, but still early days.
Yeah. I've enjoyed Anish's prep as usual, but yeah,
Right.
his score has not been great, or his play has not been great really the first couple of rounds.
Rook a4 was played by Anish.
Yeah.
Wait a sec. Can we just go back very quickly to Fabi's game? I just started to wonder about bishop f6 here.
King f6.
93.
Whoops.
And if rook f2, you go BC. Or...
Do you give a check first? Or?
Well, yeah, you can give a check. Check and then BC. G6. Maybe this is okay.
Feels a bit risky for white, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if rook f8, bishop d5 check. If rook f4, g5.
Yeah. Maybe you should try like b4 instead of
BC.
Instead of BC. So no check, just b4 immediately.
For the check.
It's hard to believe in though.
I mean, pawn is going to become some race. Some crazy pawn race.
G6 maybe? Yeah, this is not better for white.
They told me bishops are good in such races.
They most certainly are.
Rook c5, I don't know. Yeah, but
yeah, rook c5, rook h2,
black's probably. Fabi won't play like this. It's too risky, surely.
Queen a1 played in the meantime, and queen to e6 and MVL. Nepomniachtchi.
We were thinking of going back to g2 with our knight now.
Right. If Maxime goes for this, he probably has something figured out. No? We had this and this.
What happens if, yeah, can black take h5 now? I don't think that's a perpetual or anything, but queen d1, you can run somehow.
We go to g3, I guess.
And then I'll, yeah, queen h5, king g3, queen
g6.
g6.
It is a bunch.
But you can evade the perpetual by going king f2.
King f2. Yeah. Queen c2.
No, in the other line.
Oh, okay, with the queen on d1. No. Oh.
No, there's still queen c2.
Still queen c2.
Yeah, it's always there.
Maybe you got to put the knight on g3 instead.
Queen h3.
King f2.
Yeah. Yeah, actually,
This looks better.
This looks much better, yeah.
Very
These knights.
Yeah, knights are so good at defending the king. And our boy Grishuk did us proud, and he just went d4 and got rid of everything.
Wow.
CCC.
This is an endgame. We've studied. Topel of Carlsen. .40 rookie forecheck. And there is the handshake.
Yeah, you'd be kicked out of the club for not playing d4 there, right? It's the opposite of like you would kick them out of the Pioneer's Palace for playing a certain bad move or anti-positional move, and here for not getting the draw immediately, you would be kicked out. So.
Our club for sure, but Grisha we never really considered a member. Like he has enough draws, but somehow he has too much swagger to really fit in there. Also, all this time travel, we don't enjoy that. It's not very pragmatic.
That is true. Solid play from Grishik, though. I was quite impressed by how he handled the opening.
David, you're a bit of a time travel addict yourself, right?
It has been known for me to drop below a minute in a few games here and there. Yeah.
What's your self-analysis? Why does it happen? Is it you need adrenaline? Is it a conscious choice? What's the psychology?
It used to be semi-conscious. Now I just can't help it. I think it's a few reasons. Perfectionism being one of the main ones. Also, sometimes especially if I've been surprised in the opening, I do tend to have one big long think, and that costs me a bit later on, a bit like Grishik sometimes. But yeah, I mean, I think I just need to be more decisive and be a bit less keen to always look for the best lines and the best moves. And I kind of get carried away. I want to see everything, but of course it's never possible. So.
Do you think it can be cured? Not so much in your case, but like, let's say Grishik, we've seen him do this his whole career, and somehow it doesn't stop, no?
Yeah, I think it can maybe be cured, but other parts of the game might suffer. I do see older players who used to get in time trouble when they were younger, and nowadays they play quite fast. But yeah, I mean, they're never quite the same player afterwards. So I think, yeah, once you get to a certain age, it's kind of something you have to live with to an extent. I mean, I played Grishik in Isle of Man last year, and it was just, it was that game where we were both in, like, I think at 1 minute after 20 moves, I just thought, okay, this is the last time this can ever happen. It's just getting too old for this stuff. But somehow he manages. So.
Also, we should give you a shout out. You won that game. No, that was a very nice game.
Yeah, thank you. But okay, I mean, anything can happen in a time scramble. Just got lucky that day. But yeah, definitely don't try it at home, kids. Don't recommend it.
I'm so not used to having a humble, polite Englishman on the show, so I don't even know like how to react when you say all
It's an act. It's an act. Don't worry, Jan.
No, that's fine. But even the actor, I'm not familiar with.
Yeah. So
what do we have? We have Ding that's going to end peacefully. We have Fabi that's probably going to end peacefully.
Yeah, it looks like 3 draws, and then Maxim is the one who can. Who might win, actually.
We should mention now that Anish made his draw. Today is the last day of the Giri draw promotion, which still gives you, if you become a chess24.com premium member, annual premium member, it gives you 5 months extra already because you get 1 month per draw that Giri makes in this tournament. And there's still 7 rounds to go, so it's still pretty good value.
And you've made money so far.
That's for sure. But it's a bit sad for Anish because in order to stay in contention, he needs to win a white game at some point too.
What do we think? Will +3 be enough?
Looks like, no?
To win the tournament, maybe.
Yeah, feels pretty likely. I think +4 for sure. +3 could very well be clear win.
Yeah.
It should be noted that if Maxim were to win, obviously that would be good news for all of the other guys, including Fabi, who would just be 1 point adrift at 50%. So,
absolutely.
What are the tie breaks if 3 people get the same score at the end? Do we know? Not that that's likely.
I think it's still an individual score.
Okay.
Probably. King D1 by Ding, and now Rook B1, King E2, Rook B2 is going to happen, and they're going to shake, or no, shake. I'm so used to saying that. It's going to be a draw. That's what I wanted to say.
Lawrence, you will be happy that in my Dutch chat group, there is a lot of love for you for your earlier Lekker Ding reference. Jorn van Verreest, very pleased.
Well, if I've put a smile on Jordan's face, then my mission is complete. Shout out to Jordan.
Follow him on Twitter. That's the only Twitter we plug here, @JordanV4Race. He tweets like 2 times a year, and he doesn't do it himself. Johan Salomon is his ghostwriter on Twitter, but still, we want him to, you know, reach 10,000 followers on Twitter.
But our boy Jordan is making a lot of progress at chess, so
That's
shout
for
out
sure,
to him for doing a great job these days.
He's also very handsome, and you're in big trouble, Magnus. If he gets to the real high stakes, he could take your next Liv Tyler modeling shoot away from you.
I'm okay.
You're retired?
I'm retired and I'm happy.
Shout out to Jordan. Sorry I gave away your Twitter secrets, but all these compliments must make up for it.
Yeah.
Also,
if anyone
shout
wants
out
to
to
follow me on
Lucas.
Twitter.
Can we
Sorry,
do a
Kurt.
shout out to Lucas as well?
For sure.
One
But
of
he
the
has not
most-
praised. He has not praised your Lekka-Ding reference, so maybe we should
Okay.
wait till he does.
No, we'll just praise Lucas.
We're not handing out praise willy-nilly.
No?
Yeah, I agree.
Praise withdrawn.
There's the song. It's called "I Have to Praise You Like I Should." It's not
That's right.
"I Have to Praise You Willy-nilly."
Was it Fatboy Slim? No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was Fatboy.
He has to celebrate you, baby.
Norman Cook.
Right. If you know
David,
the
how's
year, I'll
your-
be impressed.
Useless trivia knowledge. Do you see that in order to become world champion, you need to know a lot of nonsense?
I mean, maybe that's why I'm not. Well, never will be
what I'm
world
saying.
champion. Yeah. I mean, I mean, you can test me if you want, yeah, but it's not.
I don't know enough,
best of
but
times.
Magnus, I'm not quite sure where it's coming from, but there's a lot of literally useless knowledge there.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with that brain if it's storing all that stuff. No, I mean, it's impressive. It's impressive. I can barely remember what I ate yesterday, let alone any useless trivia. So.
There you go.
So what's the score? So he put the knight on g3, queen g4, fishing, as we call it in the business.
King h2 now looks pretty good for white now, or king g2, or don't know.
King h2 looks most
King h2.
most normal, right?
Yeah. I mean, white will just take on a7, and I can't see black's knight ever finding a way to blockade.
So maybe you want something like g6. Looks awful though.
And if I take, do you want to go h5?
Yeah.
Think.
Not because I love it, but because I'm desperate.
Ah, sorry, h3, h5, I see.
In that other line, is it not easier after g6 just to go queen a7, gh5, queen a8 check,
Then let's say king e7.
and take on d5,
H4.
h4? I have to be concerned?
I think you do.
Kind of do, yeah. Yeah, it's the
Maxime
sort of
is not
position.
concerned. French school of calculating, even stronger than French school of suffering. He's just gonna figure this out.
I highly disagree with that.
Wow.
But it's also pretty good. I would just say that the suffering school is even better.
Can I go hg6, h5, queen a3? I don't know. Oh,
King e8.
it feels like there must be something there.
There should be something which just clarifies
Yeah, just
everything, but
yeah, maybe worth a punt for black. I mean, queen takes f4, queen takes a7 is just surely just game over almost.
Yeah. I like g6.
Do ya?
Maybe queen a3 check first.
king e8,
Yeah, queen d.
queen
Still not waiting
d6,
either.
take h5, I guess.
Queen h. Ah, no. That would be embarrassing, what I was about to suggest.
You wanted to go queen h5?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. That would be very embarrassing.
It's a failed
my
attempt
idea.
to join the
Yeah.
CCC.
You got to see the whole board, boy.
You do. That's one of my issues. I've got blind spots.
Maybe you can get back knight g7, knight f5. But it's not really trying to win.
We do get back.
Well, king f7, maybe e6 would have to be considered. Yeah, knight f5. Maybe knight e6, then king c8. Yeah, we don't get back. So run.
Probably still winning for white.
No, I wouldn't think so.
No?
I doubt he'll go for this somehow.
King h3?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I've got a feeling this is probably.
Unless he just
Queen d6, g8.
stands chess.
There was e6, but then probably both knight f6. Or maybe
We will switch to Mr. Grishuk for a minute. The postmortem to that exciting game will be back soon.
Okay.
If you put knife to my throat, I would say white is winning, but I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of, I'm unsure yet. Yeah.
And Anish, what's your assessment about this position?
Yeah, I think if you put knife on Alexander's throat, I will say white is winning.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck to you. We have another. Ron, please tell us about it.
Well, it's not good game. I totally miss c5 when I play queen a4. After that, I should be careful not become worse. My play was very risky with b4, but maybe the resulting position is more or less equal. And so draw is very normal results.
And Kirill, do you agree with this assessment of your opponent?
Yeah, after c5, I was very happy with my position. But Levin found quite solid moves, and I couldn't find any plan how can I improve my position. So it was a logical draw after.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the first part of the event is over, the first circle of the candidates. So how do you estimate your play and your result at the moment?
Yeah, my play was very bad. And also today I spent a long time but couldn't find the best continuations and missed some simple moves. Well, I don't know whether the tournament will end somewhere. Yeah. But I hope so. Thank you.
And Kirill, what about you?
You shouldn't ask both of us this question because it was not a good half for both of us. But okay, at least the half tournament is over, so still 7 rounds to play.
So thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are following the Candidates Chess Tournament 2020. Round number 7 is currently being played. This is the tournament that will determine the next challenger of world champion Magnus Carlsen in these trying times. Jan Nepomniachtchi had a 1-point lead ahead of the field, but he is playing his closest pursuivant, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with the black piece today, and he is in trouble. And who better, literally, who better, to explain all of this to us than the actual world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, what's happening?
Well, it's interesting times, and it's very. Let's just try and understand what's going on here, because we were discussing the move King H2 earlier on, and we were feeling that the best chance for Black then would be to go G6 and create counterplay.
Right.
And now it seems that with the king on G2, that counterplay is going to be stronger, because from G2 H4 will come with a pin, and meanwhile he has gone Queen F4. So
I've been to the German school of juicing in the break, and after G6, the machine says Queen to A5 is very, very strong.
Ah.
Oh boy.
Some trickery there. GH, Queen D8, it says it's winning.
And then?
And F5.
Ah, yeah. Uh-huh.
And
That's
King
clever.
F7, F5. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's.
So maybe that's why he took on F4. And here we are.
Now there are no checks. Queen A7?
Yeah, Queen D2, so there's always King H3.
Right. So after Queen A7, what do we do?
Yeah, take it. By the way, Queen A5 again is not ridiculous, but it looks like you can just win a tempo by taking on A7 first. So if you want to do that, or win a pawn, rather.
King E7 maybe.
King E7, yeah.
Oh, maybe Queen A3 check.
Queen A3.
Yeah. D5's falling.
Looks
Has
awful.
to be winning.
Queen G4, just Queen A8 takes it.
Yeah.
Looks lost.
I mean, are there even any chances whatsoever? It doesn't look that way. Queen F7 now.
Guys, sorry, I hate to interrupt you. I'm just looking at the FIDE game. Why can't I take a pawn?
Hate to interrupt us.
Sorry. Sorry to interrupt you.
You can take on B2 and then on C2?
That's what I was thinking. Well, I don't know if it works, but that's...
Yeah, you can.
That should be a draw though.
Why?
Yeah, King C2.
King C2 is a draw? This is a draw? Stone draw, yeah. Should be... Is this just... Yeah, it just must be easy peasy, yeah?
I would draw this.
With both colors, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is an easy draw.
Did Fabi miss this though? Because it's surprising to go for something slightly smart.
What about the immediate Rook C2 though?
Hang on.
Rook takes F3.
Rook F3, CB, yeah?
Yeah, CB, King A2, Rook H2.
Wow. Also, 0 risk and maybe some practical chances.
This one I would not draw.
With either color?
Nah, with black I would lose.
Yeah.
Practically speaking, this looks awful. Yeah. I guess it's probably even a pretty straightforward draw. Ugh. Looks icky.
And if after rook c2, can I go knight c2? King f5. I don't know if I give a check or go
Check,
for
king
this.
King e4.
Also dangerous, yeah, bishop somewhere, king h3.
Yeah, this is pretty fast.
Is that pawn race losing if you took the bishop and then took on c3? I mean, I'm too lazy to count. I'll let you guys do it.
Knight f3, cb.
Oh, actually, yeah, knight f3.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to go. Yeah,
d2.
exactly. You wanted to.
Yeah. No, I was only thinking c2, knight e5, but yeah, cb, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, cb, knight d2, king h3, king b2.
King g2.
Yeah, probably a draw.
But yeah.
Who would play such way, I ask?
Abby, clearly.
That was very kind of.
So he's taken on b2.
Dull.
How dull. I'll stop the puns now.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Do you have a rivalry like between Wang Hao and maybe Hao Yifan and you about the names that start phonetically similarly there?
Me, yeah. I did used to get puns in magazines and things saying like, how well did he do, or these Howl's moving castle.
How well do you know David? That kind of stuff. Yeah?
Exactly, yeah. How, like this King Lear speech, howl. Like,
that one's a howler.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But how it's...
Yeah, how doesn't want to draw?
H5.
H5.
Wow. What's the idea? I guess King c3, there's still rook c2. But...
Wow. I would have just assumed that he was going to try and draw, but he's saying he's better, yeah?
Rook f8. Just
G5?
G5, I wanted to go knight d1 and try and make a draw, but I don't know.
Rook d...
That's nice.
And rook d2, we can't try after g5, knight d1? How simple is that?
Maybe, although that should be.
Should be, no?
Must be a draw. If white's a bit accurate. But,
yeah.
But everywhere it's white who's the one who's trying to force it. Maybe can Fabi also go h4 feels a bit risky instead of rook f8. No, rook f8. I'm worried I'll run into some g5 at some point in h4.
He played h4.
Oh, he played h4. Okay.
Yeah.
Class.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just want to make sure when you go h4 that the pawn on h4 is not weak after you take on c2.
So king c2, yeah.
I think white's in time.
Yeah, what? No, is he? Yeah, okay, he goes to f3. Sorry.
You get to f3, yeah.
Somehow I was hallucinating that you get king a5, f4 in one go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. After h4, I guess black can't try g6 and then rook f8, g5. Nah, that's too much. Isn't quite. No, there's no way of.
Yeah.
Looks like a draw.
Yeah, unrealistic.
And what about Jan Nepomniachtchi? MVL's queen has.
This is just dead lost.
Yeah.
Also using my title in body language expertise, Jan does not look overly optimistic here.
Yeah. king e8 or king c8, you can just check on e6 or c6, and black doesn't even get to break the pin.
Very professional.
Maxime, huh? Learns 1 week before the tournament. You should join. There he is, +2 in the lead.
The Frenchman crushing the French.
Go.
Maybe it was destiny.
Well, there is this thing right about late replacements winning events. So.
Denmark 1992.
Ah.
Glenn Fleer 1986.
In what tournament was that?
London, I think. It was like most
What,
of the top
Lloyd's
players in the
Bank?
world. No, it was some big all-play-all, like 16-player all-play-all. Like most of the top players in the world were playing. And
he won it.
he got married during the event as well. And yeah, he got married. He crushed the field. I think he was bottom seed by a mile. But.
I thought Destiny was someone you met in Vegas, maybe.
She doesn't work there anymore.
Actually, Magnus is right. It's Ghost Town. It's Ghost Town in Vegas.
All the clubs have been shut down.
What a way to live.
That is a line from the song Ghost Town.
Oh, right.
Useless trivia.
Yeah, yeah.
Like during the break, I checked my Twitter, and I've already had one offer from former ECF president CJ Demoy to improve my trivia knowledge. So might have to take him up on that.
All right, so in Caruana Wang Hao, that sequence on the board, that game should end in a draw pretty quickly, which means we would have 3 draws. And at this point, it's pretty much a certainty that MVL would win. Magnus, I know you don't like the 100% thing, but 99.5, is that fair?
I'm not good enough at math to make a comment there, but I'm guessing it's not too far from the truth.
Yeah, I mean, if you gave him this position 100 times, he's going to win it.
He'd win 99 problems he would not really have.
Chat boys, if you have one good question for Magnus Carlsen, maybe
now it's the time.
In the meantime, we can look at tomorrow's pairings, maybe. It looks like we will have co-leaders, MVL and Nepomniachtchi. Then, can we bring them up?
So in the second half of the event, Nepo will have more whites, right? 4 whites. And MVL has 3 whites? Is that?
Oh, and MVL black against Caruana tomorrow. That feels like a pretty big game too.
That's Fabi's big chance, right? To catch MVL.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Fabi, even though he's struggling today, I mean, he must be loving this. He can pretty much catch up tomorrow.
Yeah. Long way still to go.
Okay, now G7 looks like resigns.
Oof, so many strange questions here. Galactic is asking, did you enjoy Fat Diane in the last Bojack season? Are you watching Bojack, Magnus?
I was at some point, but I it's been a long time.
Looks like Nepo has resigned, meanwhile.
Yep. Official.
Oh. Last question. Has Magnus considered hiring someone to do his laundry?
If you pay me enough, I'll do it.
Nah,
I need the money.
I'm good with doing laundry myself, and probably I'll do another round today.
There you go.
No
How dirty are your
offense,
clothes?
but
Yeah.
exactly. You've done
It's like every
3
day.
rounds of laundry. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, and
You're
I'm not changing my clothes, so who knows, huh?
Commentary is sweaty work, clearly.
Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be it for me.
Thank you so
Dankeschön.
much.
Yeah.
Triple world champion Magnus Carlsen. Enjoy the washing.
Okay,
Yeah.
cheers, Magnus.
Bye-bye.
So we don't have a lot of action left, but maybe we have enough to bring in one last special guest, because I'm not sure if you guys heard, in India, 1.3 billion people are on lockdown, which means they don't have all that much to do. And I will try, this will take a while, to get one of the best and most entertaining Indian chess players on the line here. Give me 2 minutes, Lawrence. You
Okay.
Let's hold the
So,
fort, Lawrence. The English
we're
are
gonna
finally
hold the
taking
fort.
over.
Yeah. 1 game remaining and a pretty simple draw by all accounts here. Fabiano with the white pieces, just gone king e2. Going to put the king, on g3. And then he's going to move the little horsey around and say, "You shall not pass." And that's it. There's nothing else to say because the blockade is on the dark squares and there's simply nothing to discuss here. Once that king gets to g3.
Yeah. I mean, that knight will never get trapped. I mean, there's just nothing to do. White will always be able to blockade that h-pawn with his king. West comes to the west.
If the king gets to g3, there's no forcible way to get the king away from h4. Even if you manage to push the pawn to g4, it doesn't matter because you just keep the king on g3. So Wang Hao's going to play king, probably going to go king f6 actually. And there goes king e5. Just testing Fabi because you have to go king e3, king f3.
Just making move 40 as well.
After king f3, yeah, you're going to put the king on g3. And I expect them to shake hands very promptly. There's just nothing to do.
No, I'd be fascinated to find out what was happening after Magnus's rook takes c2 before cb2 earlier. But yeah,
maybe
game.
there was something, but yeah, felt like Fabi had some resources. But yeah, could have been practically more difficult to handle. So
looks like we have Maxime at a press conference. At some point, Lawrence, I want to mention I went to Wandsworth Prison last week. I know you've been there. Just shout out to them, everyone there. Peter
shout out. Brilliant. Andrew says thank you very much, by the way. That's
anytime. It was fun.
Yeah. Shout out to Andrew McGettigan, Peter, and everybody else who's involved in the Chess in Prisons initiative in the UK. It's a real experience to go in there, as you.
They love chess.
Agree.
They love chess.
They do, and
there's some very good players in there.
There's some decent players, and very nice to be able to give them something to look forward to. So, shout out to all of the people involved in that initiative.
Meanwhile, another draw.
Yeah, another draw.
In this game? Well, not really, but of course he had played it against Kirill earlier in the tournament, so I thought I should prepare for this at least. And I deviated. I played h5 right away, which makes sense because it's a logical follow-up to h4. And okay, it's a very theoretical line, so I don't need to bore you with the details. It's just that here Ian who went into deep thought and played c4, and I don't think that was the right plan. So I was unsure, for instance, what happens if he goes king e8. And if I castle maybe king d8 and king c7, I thought this is a way to play, even though there are some c4, so it could go wrong for him, but c4 is also a principal move.
But he made this plan, but some moves later, and it was too late, right? So he played.
Yeah, no, but
king
first of all,
d8.
he closed completely the queen side, which of course makes sense, but I don't think he's in time because of always the 4-5. And yeah, also he has to spend some moves like rook h8 because of queen h7. And there I found this very strong idea, rook b4 and knight e6 f4. So you cannot really take the exchange because then I play b5, queen goes to b7 or c8, doesn't matter, I will go f5. It looks absolutely terrible. I can do something like this, bishop before knight c3, then a5.
Yeah, just full domination over the board.
Yes. So I went back to e7 with the obvious idea of f5, but now I'm in time to do this play with bishop c1, bishop a3. Wait, we cannot remove this? Yeah. Okay. So king f7, bishop a3. I mean, every of his moves are forced, and it's just a matter of whether this is audible for him. And honestly, I thought it shouldn't be because maybe he could go something like queen a3, but of course, like I can go knight f5, king moves f8 or g8, it doesn't matter. I go queen e1, I do threaten e6, e7 most of the time. Here maybe there's queen f8, but queen h4 checks and knight d6, it looks probably winning. And if g6, I thought this is also very strong for me. Queen takes, king f2. And now I feel like I will have always some play, so queen b4 maybe. And if queen g4, I think already it's time to exchange queens because I will deliver a check here. Probably be able to take on h6, just bring my king back to the queen side. Should be winning. But anyway, he went queen b6. Knight f5, and here queen a1 I think is an important move to first of all prevent his pawn from moving too far. Like for instance, if he goes queen b3, now I have knight e3 and he doesn't have a check, his pawn doesn't really move, and then I can just improve my position.
Push the pawns and...
Yes, and same goes after a5. I will go knight e3, and same, he loses too many tempi to move his pawn.
Yes.
Because of course, like it would be possible to blunder, like to go queen a3, queen e7, and then after queen b1 check, I can resign because I lose the knight. But anyway, when queen e6 and after knight g3, I thought like queen g4, king g2. His idea was g6, but I saw it, and I think queen a3 is winning. So like he has to go king e8 because if king g8, I think take h5, queen e7 is already losing for him. And after king e8, there's a very strong move, queen d6, take e6. No. Yeah, if he goes knight b6, I go f5, h4, check, check, king e8, queen f7, king d8, e7. So it's over. If he goes knight f6, now it's very pretty. Queen c7, king e6, f5, wins the queen. Wait. And if he goes knight f8, I mean f5 might win, but I was not completely sure. But this is what I wanted. No, wait. Yeah. Yeah, no, knight f8. No, actually, yeah, I wanted f5. Yeah.
What?
Never mind. Queen b8, king e7, and no f6. So if king f6, queen...
You take on f8, right?
Yes, and...
You catch the queen.
Yes, and... And if... wait. So if here takes on e6... No, I don't have queen c8 because of knight d7, but I first check. And if king f6, queen g7, queen f8, king g5, queen g7, king f4, queen e5 mate.
Yes.
So he took on f4, but it's just losing, and Thierry can resign because my point was after king c8, I first play queen c6 check, king d8, queen d5,
and your pawns are moving
yes.
forward. So
yeah.
Yes, it's a great game. So my question to you is whether you're the last one to join the event, the last but not the least, of course. But do you think that you have some extra luck with you here because of this?
I don't know about extra luck. I think the important thing is to play well, and so far, apart from the day, the game before against Juan Cao, I think I played reasonably well, and so far I'm quite happy, and of course I hope to continue this trend. Of course I'm in a great position, sharing the lead, and I hope to be able to keep on that journey.
Thank you very much, Maxim. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. Can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings, here.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 7 of the Candidates Chess Tournament 2020 has just ended. We've had 4 draws and a victory by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Jan Nepomniachtchi, which means the two of them are now co-leaders. The world champion has left us, but we are more than thrilled to welcome another guest very late in the program. And all the way from India, Adiban is joining us. Adiban, how are things over there? You're on house arrest in India? What's going on?
Yeah, more or less. But, chess players, we like house arrest. So we can just watch a lot of movies and streaming. So for me, it has not changed much. So it seems like every day that I'm in the house.
We have practiced social distancing our whole lives, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So have you been following the candidates? What caught your attention?
Actually, this was a point. Somehow Vachier was not considered one of the favorites by anyone. So I was always supporting him, and I'm happy to see that he's slowly rising in the standings. And even before the start of the event, I felt okay, since he got this chance, and like David mentioned, there's this thing, destiny, who we can get it from. Who was from Vegas? That was a joke, right?
Yeah. Ignore that part. Lawrence met some destinies in Vegas.
Yeah. So that's why I feel okay. Maybe he has a good chance, and also he has been playing quite well, and he was always a difficult customer for Ian, if I remember correctly. He used to.
He has a huge score against him. I think that was 5-1 before this game. Now 6-1. So that's
exactly. Yeah. So I thought maybe he has a good chance actually in this candidates.
And I'm reading in capital letters in the chat, the Beast. People know who's here.
Yeah, that's me.
There you go.
Lawrence is the beauty.
If only. So, Bhaskaran, you're going to do some banter blitz for us.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I love to do that.
Yeah, we've had some good banter and blitz live. We've never played online, I don't think, but I remember a couple of occasions at tournaments in Gibraltar and stuff, and we had a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
like Lawrence is under the impression he crushed me in blitz, which of course never happened. But
that doesn't sound like Lawrence at all.
Sorry,
that does not sound like Lawrence at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like, yeah, but it's always enlightening to watch him play blitz. It's so great. I think, yeah, okay, yeah, we should do some. Actually, we should do a banter blitz match between me and Lawrence. That would be funny.
Wow, I'd love that.
Sounds like a great idea for everyone.
We'll have to
but
get
Lawrence.
that planned. Sorry?
Sounds like a great idea for everyone but you.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? A chance to ruin the
Let's
guy's
switch
reputation?
to Fabi real quick, and then we'll come back with more nonsense.
No, not really. I mean, I have a bad score against Hao. -5. I've never won a classical game against him, or I'm not even sure if we've ever played Rapid or Blitz. But the majority of the games we played were also quite a long time ago, and recently we only played in Isle of Man, and we made a draw there. So a lot of the games I lost, I already feel like the distant past.
And how does this factor influence your play also?
As well? Okay, I don't really think so, because basically, like what Fabiano said, and the main part of our game was already ended a long time ago. So it's just, the new start for everyone, I would say.
And who of the players from the past influenced your play?
It's hard to point out one player. I would say a lot of the world champions of the past I studied, and they all contributed something, contributed a lot to the development of chess. And I guess growing up in the U.S., kind of Fischer was the biggest name. And I think what he accomplished is probably the greatest any chess player, and the greatest thing any chess player has ever accomplished, despite his reign being very short, and his peak being very short. And a lot of players like Kasparov or like Lasker had much longer world championship reigns, but of course he was always a very influential figure for me.
And for you?
Okay, I would say that of course Fischer is. I believe that he's probably the best player of the time. Okay, but I think that still haven't. Okay, I cannot remember too many games of his games, and I only remember a lot of games by modern players. I would say that Kramnikov influenced my play a lot. Yes.
Thank you very much, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still here with Adiban, one of India's top GMs, David Howell, one of Great Britain's top GMs, and Lawrence Trent, one of the most outspoken international masters on Twitter. So the candidates' 7th round has ended. MVL won. We were just talking about MVL has always had a very good score against Nepomniachtchi, and so is Wang Hao against Fabian Caruana. David, you wanted to tell the story how you met Wang Hao for the first time.
I mean, it's not a very flattering story for me, but yeah, it was in one of these World Youth events. I think it was the under-12s, and in round 1, my opponent didn't turn up, and we were repaired, and I was playing against this unrated Chinese guy, and I was, I think, the 2nd seed in the event. And yeah, I thought, okay, let's just crush this fool with black. So I played the Sicilian. I played this e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e5. I played knight a5 there. I thought I was being cool, and I got crushed in about 18 moves. And yeah, it was Wang Hao, and he won the gold medal. So it was bad times.
I've played
He's beaten me many times since.
Never enjoyed it.
He's my nemesis. He's beaten me in the 2 biggest games of my career. Really.
Adiban, you're like 2 years younger than these guys? Were you in the same world championships or?
Oh no, it was which year? Which year was it, David?
Oh, maybe it was the under-14s actually. It was 2003. 2003, yeah.
2003. No. I was, probably not playing World Championship at the time. My first big World Championship was under-16 actually in 2008.
So young.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
So young and promising.
I already had a midlife crisis in 2008. All right, shall we look at tomorrow's pairings again, do a quick round of predictions, and then we're still trying to talk Adiban into starting a banter blitz right now. I'm not sure what the status on that is, but let's look at the pairings for tomorrow first.
Big games, right?
Sounds good. If we end it in 5 minutes or so, we can have a banter after. So here are the pairings. Caruana against MVL. I will say 1-0. Why not? Fabi is on his homework. Lawrence, what do you got?
Remy.
Me. David?
I will say Fabi win. I think MVL will be on a high, but he might not be able to back it up.
I agree.
Probably draw, yeah. I'll go with Lawrence.
Solid.
MVL being black, I don't think he's going to overpush or anything. So
no.
He might get caught in something.
That was my feeling. Like his Grunfeld, his Najdorf, he's gonna run into something nasty. Because
but the thing is, even in the form right now, Fabi is in. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's the only thing. Like any other day, of course, I would probably choose the same result. But even if he gets like a better position, I'm not sure he's in the right frame of mind to convert it. That's the only thing.
Good point. Yeah.
That's fair. Wang Hao against Ding Liren, the battle of the Chinese players. I will go with draw.
Remy.
I'll stick my neck out and say that Wang Hao will get the double over Ding.
Oh no, this I'm putting my money on Ding actually. Because, okay, Wang Hao clearly hates Ding, as I can see from some videos in some Chess-Based India or something. Yeah.
The Great War of China.
Yeah, because he did some video for, I think, Chess-Based India mentioning that he clearly took away all the spotlight and all his chances. So he is not a friend of Ding, something like this.
Wow.
Ding doesn't strike me as a type that's, hugging the limelight. So that sounds surprising to me.
No, sorry, not the spotlight, but in general, he got all the help from Federation and all this. I mean, main support, I guess, not the. Yeah, because I remember even long back, he mentioned that he's just waiting for Vachier to cross him, actually, which never happened, ironically. But like you say, he's a nice guy. He's not putting himself before others, actually.
Right. All right. What were our other pairings in round number 8? We have Nepomniachtchi against Giri. That's interesting. I'll go with draw.
Have you gone with draw every round so far? Every game so far?
No. I said Fabi's going to beat Maxime.
Oh, yeah, true.
Lawrence.
Yeah, I can see Nepo going on tilt there.
0-1.
Wow, yeah, I could
Guirino mounting the late dash.
There you go. David.
I'll say the same, but...
I love it.
2-0-1 predictions in a Giri game. That's a new record.
Yeah, actually, let's make it 3.
Yes, Bhaskaran. Team
You guys
3.
are sickos.
No pressure, Anish.
Yeah.
Alexienko Grishuk.
This is the one, boys. This is the one. I'm telling you right now.
Which one?
For who?
Nul.
Wow.
You say nul?
No, un. Uno.
Uh-huh.
Adin.
Okay, why are you talking Russian?
1-0. We're saying 1-0. I'm saying this is the game Kirill wins at the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
There's a football manager called Alan Nil. He should definitely name his son Juan. And then but I'll say win for Grishuk, win for Black.
Wow.
Like it.
I'm probably predicting a draw.
Me too. Bas Killington. I'll go with another draw.
All right. Well, look, it's been a fun session. Again, a lot of action across the board, a lot of very interesting moments. And the tournament is certainly spiced up. We have a much closer field. Big blow today for Jan Nepomniachtchi. To lose this game today, I really felt like he had to hold today. If he held today, I would be very, very confident in his chances. But now we need to see how resolute he is, how resilient he is. Is he going to go into meltdown? Is he going to do what he's done previously in some huge tournaments where having a huge lead, he just squanders it immediately and has an English batting collapse, as Nigel would probably say. We'll soon find out. It's going to be a big game tomorrow. I can't wait. It's going to be exciting to be here again. Big thanks to David. I think you're joining us again tomorrow, right, David?
If you still want me.
Is that right, Jan?
We very much still want you.
Okay,
Beautiful.
great. It's not like I have anything else to do, so yeah, count me in.
And
I've been loving David's commentary also, so it's good.
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
been great to have David.
making me blush.
It's been great. And I also want to just remind you all, before Jan and I and David leave, I think Bhaskaran might stick around, but
he's not going to stick around. He's going to play Banter Blitz on Chess 24. I mean. You can challenge him. Fireheart 92 if you happen to be a Chess 24 premium. Go ahead.
Exactly. That's the segue I was looking for. You want to play Bhaskaran Adiban? You want to play one of the best in India? You want to play a funny top grandmaster? You can, but you have to become premium first. Use the discount code candidates 2020. It's really simple. Become premium. Use the code. Play Adiban. Tell all your friends. Write it in your journal. Put it on Facebook. Mention it on Instagram. Whatever you want to do. But you have to be premium first. So go and get that done, guys. It's a great deal. I mean that genuinely. It's a lot of good stuff. Videos, banter blitzes, everything.
Also, you keep the lights on if you enjoy the show, even if you don't need any of that stuff. Obviously, we're very grateful to our premium members, so we can keep doing this nonsense.
Absolutely. All right. I think that's it from us. Bhaskaran's going to be doing the banter blitz now, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same
clothes.
Bad jokes.
Probably different bad jokes, I would hope.
Different bad jokes. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, different bad jokes is good.
Been a pleasure. Thanks everybody for joining us. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you.
No, thanks everyone.
Tomorrow.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
So this is the broadcast tool here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in all its glory. You can see the notation. You can also see the engine evaluation next to each move, and also how long they spend.
What I like is you can make your own moves on the board. You can check the alternatives to what the players did. And even for the moves you make, you get the computer evaluation here.
Fantastic.
I think you get it quicker and better as a premium member, such as yours truly. What I also like, there is a chat function. You can exchange things with people from all over the world. If you want to see something else, let's say you're watching a tournament and you want to see all the games at once, no problem displaying. I have no idea how many games there are, like 128 games at the same time. Can do even more. This is a team competition. You click on multi-board.
That's beautiful.
You can see all the 8 games going on at once.
You can see the games and standings, which I...
What we got? I'll click around. Games and standings, here.
Yeah. Analysis, if we click on that tab,
Let's click on it.
You can see that it's a great little graphical illustration. The red line is 0, that is the absolute even mark. And if the white bars go up, the further up they go, the bigger the advantage. And the black bars show a black advantage.
Then there is a database, and here we get the alternatives. And if we click on a move in the database, bam, it gets played on the board.
Fantastic. And then the PGN can even be downloaded.
I like that feature.
Yeah.
Whatever tournament or game you're following, you click it and you open it in the program of your choice.
Yeah, and one of the great things I like to see as well is when we get a video from the playing hall. I like to see them in their seats, nervous, you feel the tension, you feel like you're there, don't you?
Chess is really becoming a spectator's internet sport.
Great that we can see that. I also love to see the fact that we can get in some of our friends to join us during the broadcast. And it's all interactive, that's what we love. And
a lot of overview functions there.
A lot of great functions there, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you take advantage of all of them. Let's get back to the commentary.
Keep tweeting us, #C24Live. We love to hear from you. ask us anything mainly about Lawrence life, but if you have other questions, they're also welcome.
Also send us anything you like about Jan, hashtag C24Live.
Absolutely.